You all know how we start this whole thing. Roll call.
Ryan.
Kyle.
Mikey.
And Steven. You know what? I realize I'm doing you all the disservice. You don't have the same music as I do. There you go. From the top once more. Welcome back, everybody. Happy holidays and all that good jazz, whatever you were celebrating over the last 2 weeks. We took last week off so we could all spend it with our friends and family and enjoy the holidays. So thank you, all the wonderful chat, for being back here for our nooner on this beautiful 123 day, the very last day of the year. Welcome to episode 19. As we go.
How did I not know this was 123 123?
Ah. Well, there you go. There's your end of year gift. We'll come back to our hometown heroes, our favorite displaced adventuring party from the Forgotten Realms, for episode 19, the start of the module, The Broken One. When we last left our hometown heroes, an evening with the hag Jenny Greenteeth, the powerful Seelie Fae, who has found new residence here in the misty lands of Barovia, had tasked our adventuring party with dealing with the ghost of Talak Duran, the one-time lord of the city of Flan, who, in his folly, had attempted to storm into the quivering forest and met a very awful end by the hands of Jenny Greenteeth. To assure her alliance and her aid in this strange land, being one of the only known and powerful spellcasters, the party, led by Alder in this moment, agreed to handle the ghost of Talaric for Jenny Greenteeth, and in return she would provide them her spellcasting services, and perhaps insight into how our party may escape from the misty lands of Barovia. Not a direct way out, but much needed guidance on what or who is pulling the strings behind the mists of Barovia. Our party ventured out once more into the quivering forest, Jove, having had a few horrific run-ins with the ghost of Talaric, followed his ghostly trail, seen only to him, weaving in and out of the forest, guided by this green light. After a bit of travel, the party came across a scene of absolute carnage, a massacre, where the men of Talaric's host had been laid low, mutilated and massacred in a way that only something as evil as a green hag could commit. Talaric himself, hung by his own organs high above the trees, wooden iron nails protruding through his eyes as Jenny's signature modus operandi for murder. There, they came in contact with the ghost of Talaric, giving him updates on what had befallen Flan and learning of his Baynite heritage, have been left to rot and suffer in the quivering forest. Alder, with his rather well-seated knowledge, was able to begin committing a Baynite funeral ritual to burn the remains of Talaric Duran, to set his soul free and put him to rest. However, the dark powers of Barovia are loath to get rid of their playthings, and as Alder committed to the ritual and began to burn Talaric's body, Jove and Virgil protected their wizard from an onslaught of heinous, what we now will call Strahd zombies. Zombies that could animate each individual part, could be cut low, but would still continue forward in their onslaughts. Through fantastic use of their multiple abilities and their martial prowess, Jove and Virgil were able to hold off the horde and keep them from interrupting Alder in his ritual. Spending the entirety of a whole minute, Alder finally completed the rites and laid Talaric Duran to rest after these many hundreds of years. returning back to Jenny Greenteeth in triumph. The party formalized their deal, with Jenny gladly offering her services to the party, whether it be to remove Joe's beastly curse, or even to bring Virgil back to a fully alive state with his own sanguine curse. The party decided to simply accept the lodging for the evening and think on what Jenny had to offer moving forward. With food in bellies, a warm fire, and a place to rest, the evening came to a close. As our party slept, Jenny Greenteeth appeared in their dreams. Not the typical nightmares that strike our party every night. No, a shared experience. Jenny spoke in rhyme of a great evil behind the mists, an obsession that would undo the land. And in fact, before I move on forward, let me go ahead and put that vision, its words, into our lore. I think it will be quite helpful for the future. Where did she put it? Ah, there it is. And since it's been a little bit, we'll just read this together. As our players' minds rested, they're plagued by visions of leather-winged creatures flitting through the dense canopy of the quivering forest. All around, the ever-present mists linger and loom. Almost imperceptibly at first, you hear the sound of crying, though it is stifled and muted by thick, impenetrable mists. A familiar voice fills your mind. The voice of the hag Jenny Greenteeth. Let's put this right here. Obsession consumes her absent heart, which lay in pieces for. Envy poisons every other part, and yearns for something more. Every breath she will ever make is a wish for Lord Strahd's love. 4 obsessions now seek to take box, mirror, comb, and glove. First the mourning mother, next the ghostly son. Third comes a man, both dog and bird, and last, the greediest one. With their success she prevails, so stop them if you can. Though now she only cries and wails, soon her joy might undo the land. As Jenny's voice fades into nothing, our party members awake in a familiar place. The sounds of individuals moving, clattering about. You hear the voice of Gregory speaking to a number of people. Voices seem raised, alarmed in some places. There's a certain feeling of confusion. But as the 3 of you all wake up, as we've passed now our mid-season adventures, could I have each one of you kind of describe to me how your character looks, what their clothing they're wearing, how they present themselves as the late afternoon gray begins to push through the shutters of your windows. As Gregory converses with whoever is in the large room with the hair in the hair. Let's go ahead and start with Alder. As you wake up in this, and especially since you have keen minds, you can tell it's probably closer to 2 in the afternoon, going on 3. Go ahead and give me a description of Alder, just to help remind their audiences and give me a nice little refresher of your current appearance.
Yeah, of course. So, Alder is a fire genasi. So he has kind of like, almost like kind of like a deep kind of red hue and color to his skin, with his hair almost kind of giving like a fire-like appearance. It starts kind of dark and then goes kind of lighter as it's pulled back and gets towards the edges. It would almost look as if it was on fire unless you actually put your hand on it, essentially. And this would usually be pulled back or kind of done up at this point. He's not had a haircut in the last year or so, and especially not since coming to Barovia. So it would be rather messy if it was not for his usual cap that he kind of wears. Think from the one that we got here in Barovia. Think almost like your kind of typical Russian kind of like rectangular sort of hat. He also has over that too, just kind of like a dark brown overcoat, kind of like pea coat, with a bit of like wool lining along the collar and the sleeves, I imagine. And then, of course, now standing out a very bright blue ribbon and scarf that is tied finally around with the or was it the Mortus? No, it was not. I forget the exact name of the family.
That would
Uh,
be, she is from the Bogorovs.
The Bogorovs, yes, with their symbol would be a pin on that blue scarf, essentially. Um, Gloves, not really having those just because those tend to burn off. Anything he would wear would just have the holes through that. Um, and just almost like large kind of snow boots. At this point he really just kind of looks like somebody who is trying to kind of get through the winter, but we haven't really had like a big outfit change since we first got here, so that really would be the main thing. Oh, and then of course the other thing would be his round spectacles that he has on now that we obtained from the mansion the last time that we went in there. That's the one that has suggestion, I believe. Not command person, but it does
Yes.
offer suggestion.
The
So
eyes
yes,
of Charming, I believe.
the eyes of charming. Yes. So he does have kind of like round spectacles. I imagine like a gold tint to them that the light from his eyes kind of reflect off of to you whenever he's kind of casting spells or meditating. But yeah, that's Alder.
Excellent. We'll move down just the same way that you guys are placed in our Discord. Jove, go ahead and describe yourself as you
Sure.
rouse in this late afternoon.
So Joe Featherfoot is a stout halfling, and probably the stoutest halfling one would ever run into. He's a thick fella. Um, I would contrast his look now with his previous look as a ranger. And even though when he was in his ranging days working for his father's and family business, working the security and on the convoys, he was out there, in the brush doing things. But he spent a lot of time in the cities, meaning that he, would go get his hair cut and, wore nicer garbs and stuff. He wasn't roughing it every day, all day. Compared to now, he does look much more grimy. He does have a big, long, bushy beard, and rather than having kind of a clean line on where his cheeks, on his cheeks for his beard, he's getting whiskers that are starting to climb up towards his eyes. He does have kind of a curly um, hobbit mullet kind of thing that's going on. But he just in general now looks more grimy and more of what you might think a ranger would look like. His clothes that were of a nicer make are caked in mud and nastiness. He's kind of got dark circles under his bright green eyes. As far as adornments, the things that really stick out on his person is around his sizable midsection. He has his belt of dwarven kind, which is almost like a WWE style championship belt with a big brass buckle on the front of it, depicting kind of a dwarven helmet. His hands, on his left hand on his ring finger, he does have a flower that blooms every day uh, on his finger. And his hands themselves, the one thing that kind of belies his dirty appearance is his nails look fresh and new, with no muck or grime under them. In general, his demeanor looks like a person that just like hasn't been sleeping well, that has been spending a lot of time out on the road, and generally not more like you'd think a peasant in a place like Barovia might look. Has a little bit more of that beaten down air about him. Nevertheless, he's still strong and thick in his halfling appearance, and when he does smile, which is often, even if less so here in Barovia, his whole face does light up, and there is a kind of infectious joy around Jove when he is emoting that. It just seems this place um, doesn't provide as many moments for him to do so. So that's what Jove Featherfoot's looking like right now.
Joe, by chance, do you wear gloves?
I would say like only when he's like cold, but he would want to like take them off and stuff if he was going and sussing around in the soil and touching plants. Like he wants to have his finger pads on. So if he does have gloves, they're fingerless gloves, or purely for warmth. I'll say here and now that he's not wearing gloves, for especially because of the ring, and he doesn't want to smash the ring.
Gotcha. And then, of course, last but certainly not least, Virgil.
Yeah, Virgil. His hair looks somehow better than when he came here. The youth given to him by his vampirism seems to have really done a number on his hair, which covers his whole body. The winter clothes he is not needing as much right now, so he kind of like rolls up the sleeves and kind of scrunches up the pants and uh, kind of just has it for show and does keep a woolly neck collar on his body, but still has all the same armor, different shield now that he has the Sentinel shield given to him by Jove. But yeah, just looks a little bit younger, not happier, but younger. And better kept than you would think.
And Virgil, do you wear gloves?
No,
Hard.
like to be able to feel my weapons as I strike.
Excellent. As the noise of the store front continues to rebel and rouse, Jove, as you are getting up, grabbing your things, taking stock of your various items between your electrum spear, your belt of dwarven kind, and generally dress yourself for the day, as you look for your gloves, you do find them. One is shoved in between the mattress and the bedding. The other one is across the room, almost as if someone dropped it on the way out. You pick them both up and they seem fine, but well, as you start to think about it, you realize you don't remember getting here. And there's a certain unease that follows you on there. Everything else is nice and neatly packed away, as you would have any other night, but your gloves are strewn about. Your journal is where it's supposed to be. You have all of your belongings as you take stock. But the gloves.
Can you lift up the bed where it was like shoved in and just see if there's anything under the bed there?
Absolutely. With your strength, it's easy enough. You lift up the mattress and you see a small spider skitter out from underneath.
Smash it immediately. I'm just kidding. No.
You smash it immediately. Good choice. +1. But besides that, everything else seems to be in order. Your door is locked. Key on your person as you have had since Gregory gave it to you. Once again, just the gloves seem to be out of place.
He'll put them in his sack and not wear them for now.
With that, our adventurers, you gather up, prepare yourself, dress yourself for the afternoon. You can already smell a thin, hardly perceptible smell of a thin gruel, lightly boiling from the main room. Jove, you probably smell it the best with your heightened senses, then Alder and Virgil. You hear Gregory's voice raise with the words, "Sorry, Benedict. I'm trying the best that I can. The stores have run low. I understand your wedding is very soon. But if I give you all of this now, there will not be enough for the winter to take. And what good is a wedding if you don't live through the winter to see it end?" Hear a muffled, soft voice respond. But the afternoon is yours. How would you all like to approach the day?
I think Jove would want to go and say hi to Gregory first thing.
Absolutely. Joe, with your items packed, stored for the day, you walk into the main room of the Hare and the Hare. You can see that it was already slim pickings, I should say, when you first arrived, but the store is noticeably more barren. The furs in the display that Gregory purchased from you all in your early adventures have been removed. The shelves hold only odd tools and bobs, better suited for a harvest rather than wintering. You see the number of barrels of cold stored and dry stored food have dwindled to only 3 remain from the numerous pilings a few weeks beforehand. And you can see Gregory speaking at the counter with a young couple. Jove, you would recognize them as Benedict and Sari, the young Orsnu couple who invited you to their wedding. Benedict is a young man, probably in his mid-20s, dark Barovian hair, like many of the other men in the village. A thin mustache, with a patchy kind of chin-strap beard that doesn't look like it grows in very well. He is not ugly, but not particularly handsome either. By his side is Sari. She is, compared to many of the other women in the town, is quite beautiful. She has blonde hair that sticks out from the many of dark-haired individuals that call Orsnu their home. A simple, plain dress on, only highlighted by a beautiful pair of almost ginger red gloves. The only kind of bit of color besides her hair that really stands out in the kind of grayed village of Orsnu. Gregory, of course, is still the large, older man, the big mutton chops, mustache combo, solid gut on him. While his face is, of course, showing concern, he looks comfortable, as is, if anything, looks apologetic as he speaks with Benedict and Sari. And as you enter into the room, the 3 of them turn to the sound of your footsteps, and Gregory, of course, is the first to speak. "Oh, hello, Joe, my friends. Good afternoon, as the case may be."
Well, good afternoon to you too, Gregory. Thanks for keeping the place warm.
Of course, of course. It's been some time since we saw you last. I must say, you have a very kind aunt, very brave one to say the least, to bring you in such late last night.
Jove will kind of gulp a little bit and say, "Yeah, well, it turns out there is a little bit of kindness in this place. So seems. Learned that early on talking with you, Gregory."
Well, thank you for the compliments, my friends. I'm not surprised that you keep finding more allies through our humble town. Oh, apologies if we woke you, although it is late in the day. You see Bennett and Sari turn to you and wave happily. Oh, hello! It's good to see you. Hi, yes. It is nice to see you as well.
Well met, young lovers. Best luck on you with your upcoming wedding. Know those things can be quite the production.
Yes, there's still much to do. You and your companions, you will be coming, correct? Sari kind of looks at you, big eyes, blonde hair, like if you could take a small cat and put it in human form.
You know, I don't make the itinerary for all my companions, but I can assure you, if we're here and able to, we'll certainly be willing. And, speaking of which, you know, I'm not 100% up to date in all your customs and culture, and wanted to ask you two lovebirds, what should somebody like myself bring to a wedding like yours? Is there a gift perhaps you all are needing?
Food first and foremost. As Gregory speaks first, Benedict and Sari look to you. A customary gift is more than appropriate. Some give gifts of food or stored grain, potentially livestock, although usually that is from my family to my husband's. I would be happy if just you made the appearance. The heroes who have done so much for the town, your very presence would be gift enough. And Benedict puts an arm around her and... My fiancé is quite right. If you bring anything, it is more than a gift, but your very presence will be more than enough. We are just happy you have all been here. I don't think we'd even had the chance to have a wedding if you hadn't stopped our town from burning down.
Well, if I've learned anything, is sometimes a little bit of love can warm up a whole town. So hopefully I can be there, and I'll plan on doing it and see if I can wrangle my companions to make an appearance too. And I assure you, we won't show up empty-handed, but our bellies might be empty, and there's a lot of room in this guy right now. So, speaking of which, Gregory, is there maybe a little bite I can eat? I know it sounds like we're a little late in the day, but something like lunch would be nice.
I don't promise you that it is any good. Unfortunately, as I was telling our young lovers over here, the stores are a bit running thin. Better with all of your intervention, but it is going to be a hard winter. I can already tell. But if it's hot you're looking for, I've got you right here, Jove. Sorry, Benedict. I will do what I can. I hope you understand. I will make do. Do not worry about it. You will be taken care of. A wedding is exactly what Orsnu needs right now. The burgomaster has returned. Short taxes will be paid. You will be married. Just make sure. Get your brother, that visitor. Make sure you prepare the rites before. You wouldn't want to bring any misfortune onto your happiest day. Sari and Benedict look over and bow their heads politely. Of course, Gregory. My brother is ready. Kind visitor. I mean, we're lucky to have had him ever since we lost our last holy man who was going to perform the rites. But we'll make do. Come, sorry, Let's go speak with your father and make sure that we have the rest of the livestock prepared. It was nice to see you, Jove. Hope to be seeing you soon.
Likewise, young lovers.
Goodbye, Jove. Tell your companions we said hello and hope to see them as well.
Will do, little lady.
And the two of them clasp hands together. He opens the door for her, and as soon as it does, Jove, a gust of cold, frigid air rips through the hair and the hair. You can see that Benedict has to struggle a little bit to push the door all the way open. Already, it looks like a bit of snow is starting to pile up, and you can see on the sides that the snow is probably about 3 feet deep at this point. But as soon as the door opens, it is firmly shuts. You see a chill runs over Gregory and turns to you. Ugh, it's going to be a mean one. Do you think that the rest of your companions will be hungering like you? It is easy enough to get 3 bulls.
I imagine so. Yeah, between our two bellowing voices, I'm sure they'll be making their way down here forthwith.
Of course. Food is thin, but I still have quite a bit of, the liquid dinner. Perhaps a drink to start the day? Since you've already missed the morning.
Anything to warm up this blood.
Consider it done. A moment while I prepare. And you see Gregory goes and begins preparing, thin gruel, big mug of kind of bitter ale. One's hot, one's cold. Definitely Jove is, you're spelling all this and preparing and getting kind of your first bites in. It makes you long for that Vistani spice immediately. You would say that this is probably only about 2 steps above a water-thin soup, but it's hot and prepared. And Alder, Virgil, I would assume that you guys also make your way to the store forefronts for a late dinner.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That rhyme, that's something that's known to our characters, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The one that I posted, indeed.
Yeah, I would come out with my book in my hands, reading through it and just trying to see if I could get any information on anything here, seeing if there's any connection to the green phantom horseman.
Yeah, go ahead.
A dog bird man.
Let's have you roll. Let's do investigation.
9.
9. A dog bird man. You search through and you go back to kind of the werefolk in the book. Werewolves, ravens, rats, but there doesn't seem to be any mention of a man that's both dog and bird.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna keep reading that through late lunch.
Of course. Alder, do you join your companions in the storefront of the Hare and the Hare?
I sure would. And then, did you say this is the evening, right? This is not the morning.
This is probably around we'll say probably around 3 in the afternoon. With your keen mind, it's a very late afternoon. You've certainly gotten up later after having some dinners with Chab in the past, but definitely the latest that you all have gotten up since coming to Barovia.
Gotcha. Okay, I just wanted to make sure and see, like, if if it is implied we were doing stuff in spare time in the morning, and now, or if we just got up.
Definitely more of just waking up.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Because Alder definitely does want to do some more stuff with the spell book when he's got a chance, but yes, he would join here, waking up.
And go ahead and roll your portent rolls for the day.
Thank you. Let us do so right now. Let's see. We have a 12
Okay.
and a 5.
Okay. 12 and a 5.
12 and 5.
Let me put it in my portent section of my notes. 12 and 5. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
But Joe, you see your companions come from the back towards the storefronts. Alder, Virgil, you see Jove sitting at kind of the, not quite a bar, not kind. It's like how to describe this one, like a bar and a storefront shelf all put together with chairs that have been pulled up as you typically sit down for. You can see 2 spots already set up for you, drink and bowls prepared as Jove waves you down.
Oh, well. Kind of nice to be back here for once in a while. Feels like it's been some time. Gregory. Yeah, Gregory, how have you been handling yourself? Hopefully not too much going on.
Life could stand to be a little more exciting, but a little safer at the same time. It's good to see you all there. It's been, what, a better
Well,
part
you
of a
wanna
whole
trade-
week.
Yeah, you want to trade places for a day? See how exciting life can get?
I would very much like to be able to do magic as you do. I wouldn't mind switching for a day or so. You look like you don't suffer from the cold as much either. It might be nice to have a little bit of the fire in the veins. Yeah, minus having too much to drink.
I'll say, yeah. Cheers to that one, friend. I will say, it's a little deceptive. I mean, certainly having fire in a pinch helps a lot out here, but this place is so damn cold, even I freeze up.
Well, let me tell you, having a big gut certainly helps against it, but I prefer to stay inside nowadays. My days of going out and about as he reaches up and puts a hand on that sword that hangs above his storefront. Well, that's a young man's game. Plus, how do you think I'm going to be able to keep this lively form if I start spending all my energy fighting the great evils and saving cities? It's a young man's game.
You tell me you did that once? You were out here saving Orsnu from trouble?
I spent the time with the militia, hunting off stray beasts and wolves, pushing back in case anything went wrong. A bit of excitement, a bit out of necessity, but that was a long time ago. No man in his 50s such as myself should be out doing so. Of course, I'm not so weak that I couldn't protect my store, but, well, I am always thankful to have the 3 of you around. Although it's always hard to explain. Strangers is not the right word for you all anymore. I mean, there's the visitor, and then calling you 3 strangers for all you've done seems nonsense. But what do I call you all? Jove, Alder, and Virgil is kind of a mouthful. For the time being, friends will have to do. And how are you, Virgil? I must say, your hair is looking quite fine. Did you do something different?
Yeah, keeping track of it, and he like looks up from his book for half a second.
Oh, if only I could find out what you're doing to get your hair so nice. Oh, you have all me wisting nostalgic for younger times and better hair.
Yeah, it's a hassle to be sure.
Oh, you have so much of it. How do you reach the hard places to it? Do you guys have to help him brush it down? I assume with your big arms that it's hard to get behind there, to get to your back. I mean, look at the size of those things.
A lot of times there's like a big post that you kind of do a little butt waggle on to, get the back areas. You've been to a zoo before. You've seen like a bear.
Oh,
souls, yeah.
zoo I'm not entirely sure, but bears? That is very clever. Always teaching me something new. But I'm happy to have you all back. Well, not just me. A letter came for you all when word spread that you had all returned. And he reaches behind the bar and storefront and kind of pulls out a nice sealed piece of parchment. And you can see stamped on the back an unbroken seal bearing the burgomaster's crest. A small raven next to a lamb has been sealed right on the back, and he puts it onto the bar for the three of you. As you can tell, I am not going to be the one to open that. It is clearly addressed to you three.
Well, I appreciate you holding on to it for us. Might as well take a look.
Alder,
And,
go
yeah,
ahead
Alder
and
will go ahead and open it. Yeah.
pop it open. It reads, Dear adventurers, I hereby request your aid in a matter of utmost importance to the people of Orsnu. Please join me for supper at my home this evening. Ivan Randovich, Burgomaster of Orsnu.
Wait, what was his name?
Ivan Randovich.
Okay. I had to double check because there's a soccer player named Ivan Rakitic. So
Just go ahead and shoehorn that in. Turns out he's a FIFA player. Actually, the national game of Barovia, of course, has to be football. They're Eastern European, right? But yes,
If it wasn't freezing all the time, I bet they play a lot of soccer. Yeah. Football.
there's a lot of soccer over there. Russia's pretty good.
exactly. Got to do something to stave off the doom and gloom of constantly being assaulted by the dark mists of Barovia. But yes, a simple letter addressed to the party with an invitation for supper at the Burgomaster's residence. So, what does it say? Let me guess. You all have to pay taxes now.
Well, I guess that's still on the table, but looks like the Burgomaster's requesting us. Needs an audience.
I do not envy that. You could certainly pay me to go have dinner with Ivan, but I don't know if you could pay me enough to pretend to be happy.
Oh, well, thankfully I've got experience with keeping a straight face and bad dinners. We'll put it that way.
Bad dinners. Can there only be so many things worse? Bad enough to ruin such a good meal.
Usually it's the company that ruins the meal.
And Ivan makes a bit, or Greggy makes a big smile and kind of nods. Excuse me, I've got to start moving and taking some counts of the stores, preparing for Benedict and Sari's wedding, seeing what I can spare. Did you all need anything before I give you the moment?
I think I'm fairly good at the moment. Appreciate the help as always, Gregory. Give you a call if I need anything.
Of course. You know where to find me. Gives you all kind of a wave and a salute, and he moves him and his big old jolly belly towards kind of his back storefront. You can see he starts taking counts and moving things around. You can hear him kind of grunt as he moves some of the heavier barrels and starts taking stock of the store, preparing for the wedding.
Oh, at least they gave us a letter this time. Could be easier to just walk in through the front door, I assume. Well, do you guys want to grab anything, or should we just head on over?
I'm good to head over.
Joe.
I think I got everything that I need insofar as supplies and whatnot. And I'm sure we're about to get asked to do another task from this old burgermaster. So
Never a day of rest. Barovia
Wait, did you call
says.
him Booger Master?
Booger Master.
I mean, maybe not to his face, but
That's a
Yeah,
good one. That's really funny.
I do like that one. That's pretty good, Joe. Well, let's see what our Booger Master's got us picking his nose for this time. And so yeah, I imagine we head over.
Indeed.
Head to the Booger Master.
To the Booger
Booger
Master.
Master.
To the Booger Masters. You all go head over to our maps. I have an updated Village of Or's new map for us. That's a little clearer to read on this one. I'm pretty happy that it was found. So we, lovely audience, chat, if you will, we are at number 8 right here. That's the Hare and the Hare, run by our favorite Barovian Tavern Master, Gregory. And we'll be heading over to the Booger Master's residence over here at number 4. A quick jaunt across town. As you all open the door and head out into the streets of Orsnu, it is frigid out. Painfully cold. And the snow is piled high. While most of the main roads and the entryways to buildings have been carved out of the snow, you can see in some places the snow rises anywhere from 3, almost to 5, 6 feet. Jove, it almost impossible for you to see over some of these bluffs with your halfling size. Even older, you struggle in some places in the higher built snows. It's just you, Virgil, that can kind of keep ahead above the rest of this snow. Luckily, it is not a long journey. You can see a number of the denizens of Orsnu milling about for the day, moving snow. Already, you can see some of the lanterns becoming turned on early due to how heavy the cloud coverage is and how rapidly dark it becomes as we move closer to about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Many of the folks give you a nod, less of the suspicious stares, but more of a knowing nod, some more friendly than others. Other parts, you think back on the words of Jenny Greenteeth. You could see the almost huddled masses, the stale-faced, sunken expressions of some of the denizens of Orsnu. Her words of, very few possess an actual soul here. The husks of people reanimated over and over and over again. With this knowledge, it becomes so painfully stark that while there are people like Benedict and Sari and Gregory that have life and feeling to them, others feel empty, hollow, barely looking at you, if not completely through you, as their lives play out once more. And as you turn the corner and see the Burgomaster's fine residence, an actual brick and mortar building compared to many of the thatched wooden houses that make up Orsnu, you see the out front fire, many of the broken-toothed, gritty and dirty guardsmen, if you could call them that, standing as close to the fire as they will allow without actually lighting on fire. Hardly even notice your approach as you hit the main gates of the Burgomaster's residence.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Fancy seeing you again.
Oh! As one looks up and sees you as you begin speaking.
Yes, yes. Back in town, and it sounds like Burgomaster is expecting us as he holds out the letter.
He simply nods, yellow teeth breaking through in kind of a upturned half smile, and sticks a thumb behind him, refusing to move away from the fire pit. His companion simply grunts, throws a thumb out, and directs you towards the door.
Thank you kindly. As he heads on over to, I guess, open the door.
Indeed, you go back to that fine, well-crafted wooden door. There are warm lights streaming out through the windows. You can hear what sounds to be like a little bit of music coming from the inside. You knock. The door opens with said knock, as if expected. And there you see in kind of the large main room that you have been in before, you see Ivan Randovich sitting, strong, powerful jawed, big mustache, that kind of noble guts of somebody who eats well consistently. Not the beater belly that Gregory possesses, but more of like that strong gut style. Flanked on either side of him, you see Eugen Adi. He is a balding, frankly kind of gross older man with kind of thinning hair up top. He's currently scarfing down food in this kind of discussion. Hardly even lifts his head up as you all enter. To his other side, you see Skartia Krutz, flanked by her basset hound. I believe, what's the basset hound's name? Frederick, who, as you all enter in, Ivan and Skartia all stand up and greet you. Ivan actually has to kind of lift up Eugen from his food as he wipes his hand messily onto his mouth, wipes his hands on the tablecloth that is prepared. And you can see there is a full spread that looks like it's the first course of a hearty turnip stew. They have fine wine glasses set up and 3 seats opposite of them prepared for you all. As you enter in, fun fact, this will be fun for our meta knowledge, your Trust of the Burgomaster story award kicks in. Well, hello, welcome back. Our local heroes, our saviors, return from your journeys once more. I'm glad to see that you all received my letter. Come, join me for a veritable feast for you all's return. And he smiles. He's got, compared to many of the other citizens of Orsnu, he has all of his teeth still. While they do contain a solid amount of yellow, they seem unchipped, non-crooked, and wholly there compared to many of the other citizens. He's got his finery on, a number of rings across his hands, big kind of velvet-looking overcoat that hangs down on the sides, almost kind of like the Kurt Russell Santa Claus outfit, if anybody remembers that look. Strong mustache, his hair barely starting to turn gray, as he invites you all to sit for the meal.
Jeff will take his place.
I sit.
Alder also would take a seat, yes.
Immediately, as you sit at your places, 2 servants come out, dole you out some of this hot turnip soup, fill your glasses with a dark red wine, poignant and dry. Immediately, Eugen sits back down and begins scarfing through, and it is a loud, obnoxious slurping of soup. As the servants fill yours up, he grabs one almost roughly and pulls them back through as they refill his soup. And you can see Ivan and Scartia kind of look to him for a moment as he burps loudly, frowns on their faces, and while Scartia continues to frown and apparently leans down to whisper a word to her basset hound Frederick, Ivan collects his face and turns back to you all and, well, do not think that you need an invitation. Please, enjoy the turnip soup. We have much to discuss, but let us enjoy a meal together. Enjoy what we can of fair Orsno. And he kind of waits for the three of you to begin eating.
Yeah, Alder will go ahead and dig in.
Same here.
Same.
First time he's had a fancy meal in a bit.
And the contrast of having the kind of the thin gruel and the bitter ale over with Gregory to now this, it's almost too rich. It's thick, kind of creamy, plenty of turnips and probably the fawns of whatever meat they're cooking. You can all smell and hear the sounds of sizzling from the kitchen behind you all. It is phenomenal. Although, Virgil, once again, you're finding that this kind of regular fare is mostly texture and heat rather than flavor. But for Jove and Alder, it's fantastic, really. Barring some of the food you had at Vistani, if you prefer it spicy. If you don't prefer it spicy, this is white people perfection. He smiles as you all begin digging in and begins to eat his soup as well. And it's the contrast as Scartia has some of hers and gives bits of it to her basset hounds, smiling only seemingly at the dog. Ivan eats with all the poise, the composure, and the grace of what you would expect of somebody of quasi-nobility. And then you have Yugen at the end, who messily scarfs down, knocks over parts of it, clears the whole bowl, and you swear he's probably scarfed down 2 of these bad boys in the 5 minutes you've been here.
Well, it is a lovely meal that you prepared for us, and you've even brought some fine company here. I imagine, then, it must be something very important that you want to discuss with us.
Yes, of course, and you should know this is only the first of 3 courses.
I'll try to pace myself, then. Sounds like a lengthy conversation. Where would you like to start, then, Burgomaster?
Pacing. Quite the word. One that someone perhaps should keep in mind. As he looks over to Yugen, who finally looks up and sees the eyes of Burgomaster and straightens himself up, another large burp as one of the servants comes and takes the bowl away. He almost reaches out for it and with another hard look puts his hand back down. Drops his head a little low to avoid the ire of the Burgomaster. Yes, of course. Well, fine dining in company with my 2 trusted tax collectors is a joy and a gift in and of itself. You are correct. I do not ask you here just to share in this meal. You have all been a great boon to Orsno. You have protected the people, secured supplies that will inevitably help some. But we do run into a problem. Lord Strahd's taxes are due, and with his large wealth, he does not collect gold ravens He demands livestock, grain, necessities for his domain. Well, you are all successful in protecting some of our stores. The summer saw a weak harvest, and a mold outbreak ruined much of our grain stores. We have but 7 days before Lord Strahd's taxes are due. And what remains, should we pay it, will likely not be enough for most of the village to survive. Couple that with Sari and Benedict's wedding, of which, of course, they have most humbly given me an invitation. First and foremost, is the respectful young folks that they are. I've come to ask if you have any ideas. You all are skilled, can survive out in the woods and the mists. And you, older, you possess a gift of the arcane. I was hoping that perhaps you might have a solution. I have heard great tales of those who can wield magics. Not the sights like Sybil does. No, that magic is for seeing. You burn with magic. Do you think that you have the power to help? Can you create food with it, or warm the land, protect it from the predators that hunt the mists? We've never had people like you before, and I would not be doing my duty as the burgomaster of Orsnu if I did not try to exhaust all options before Lord Stark's taxes are due. Long may he reign.
Long may he reign. Well, it's an interesting question and proposal on that one. I'll be honest, I've not really ever dabbled in farming or anything of that likes with my magic. Typically, I burn things, and that would be counterintuitive. As for heating soil or something along those lines, there's potential there. I would need to speak with whoever is in charge of these farms. They would have a better idea of how I could make use of that. And then as for anything like hunting or big game, well, Jove, that might be a question for you. You're the best tracker out of anyone here.
And as you say that, older, your plates are all picked up as the turnip stew comes to an end, and another dish is put forward. A large, slightly bloodied piece of venison with what appears to be a pan gravy and a bit of vegetables is served. And immediately, Virgil, this has fantastic smell. Has just enough blood left into it to where it actually hits your senses. And for the rest of you, minus your time with the Vistani, this is about the most amount of like a real venison steak meal that you've had since Jove, since you've left Featherdale, Virgil, since you left Waterdeep, and Older, well, not since your time with the Lost and Found have you had something like this. Immediately, Eugen starts to devour his food. You swear could only be missing his mouth with the speed of it. While you can hear Frederick, the large basset hound, whines ever so lightly with the meat, and of course, one of the fattier pieces is immediately cut off by Scartia and given to the dog. So it returns back to you, Jove.
Well, tracking in this snow is going to be quite the difficult endeavor, and same with setting up traps to catch any smaller game. I've done it before, but as far as meeting the duties and requirements, the tribute paid, taxes, I should say, to Lord Strahd, not so sure a 7 day stretch is going to be quite long enough to hit that goal. But it's always worth a try. And speaking of trying things, as Burgermaster, you mentioned that Lord Strahd's not looking for gold ravens, but is there any other towns or peoples nearby that might be interested in gold ravens for a little trade and commerce to meet the needs of the duties of Orsnu?
It has been some time since we've seen Vistani traders. They are usually the ones most in line with conducting trade. Don't suppose you know any Vistani nearby?
We saw some time ago, but they were in the process of moving. And if there's anything I've learned about this place is that finding folks that don't want to be found, like the Vistani, well, pretty hard to track them down.
True. I do know of a manor, a noble woman, but I would need some time to reach out on that. She is at times prickly. The next closest place would be Valeki, but that would be weeks of travel. And no promise that they have done any better than we have. Quite frankly, the problem is we have too many villagers. Too many mouths to feed. And too many sick and infirm from the last attacks. A certain thinning of the herd may prove boonful. He sits and he kind of strokes the strong mustache he possesses, thinking on his many options. Scartia looks up from her meal and... Well, if it is food that we are looking for, Donovan, the town butcher, has hoarded food before. Perhaps he is not being entirely truthful. Perhaps he is hiding stores. Although that is typically more of your purview, Eugen. If you could get your face out from your meal. So the two heads turn to Eugen at the end. Wipes it off.
Well, he would have learned his lesson from being kind in the public square, don't you think? Surely he doesn't need a second time. Do you have more of the venison?
As one of the servants comes around and serves him another plate of food. Ivan looks at him with a certain amount of disdain. And, Eugen, our livestock. You are assured that there is enough. What happened to the ones that went missing earlier this week? Eugen continues to kind of eat into his second helping of venison.
They're all accounted for. Do not worry. Of course, losing a few is to be expected in such dire times with how cold it is, but at the very least, I think that we should have enough for the taxes, not much less anyone else, though. Do you have more of that gravy?
So he continues to burp and eat through his food. it's not long until the servants come and serve up a whole cheese platter. You see like a beautifully made, almost kind of like charcuterie board of savory cheeses with like the big cheese knife in them. And quite frankly, if there's been one thing missing from almost all the food here with the three of your guys is I would say what's the right word for it? Experience with fine dining from your various points. Cheese has been decidedly lacking, and this amount of cheese and variety is quite nice, if albeit a bit suspect.
The cheese here at the Burgermaster specifically? Or.
Indeed. Not suspect because it looks bad, but a feast of these cheeses that you haven't seen anywhere else in town. You haven't seen it at the Seven Tables Inn or at the Hare and the Hare. The Vistani certainly don't have any cheeses out through them. The pause is the amount of food possessed here, whilst the Burgomaster asks you for your aid. No insight check needed.
Oh. It seems then, from your estimations, that we can in fact meet the tax quota here for Orsnil. And the issue just comes down to rations, right? Feeding the people. Well, how are we distributing it right now? Is there an issue with how much everybody needs, or where is everything allocated to?
Scartia handles the grains. Eugen handles livestock. The problem that we're having,
And as he begins to speak, the sound of a door slamming open and the cold rush of air runs up your necks as you see a villager enter. He wears almost kind of think like a Sherpa hat off to one side, kind of heavy furs that look like they have seen many seasons of cold in use. A lopsided jaw that seems to hang a little lower on one side, and unmistakable concern and fear as he enters in.
apologies, apologies, Burgomaster. Something has happened to Lord Straw's sheep.
And as that single sentence carries out into the room, even Eugen stops eating as the Burgomaster and the tax collectors immediately all stand.
What do you mean? Something has happened to Lord Straw's sheep.
You see Babbitt puts his head down low and responds with a simple,
You should see for yourself, Burgomaster.
there's a tense, quiet moment. A heavy sigh from the Burgomaster as he makes a sharp whistle and his servants come and bring out more traveling clothes. This switches from the fine, kind of velvety, or Kurt Russell Santa Claus look into a heavy cloaks, finely made, albeit a bit tight in the center. Frederick the Basset Hound gets up and sticks to the side of his master as Eugen takes another handful of cheeses. And Ivan looks to you.
Apologies for having to cut this short, but I implore you, join me.
I would insist. If there's something that happened to the sheep, I don't think there's anybody better in this town that could protect it. Fellas, I think we should head out.
with that,
He would even too. He would let the burgomaster kind of take a lead, and he'd put a hand on Jove and Virgil and kind of whisper, "Keep an eye on the tax collectors. Make sure they don't get up to something funny out there."
Jove will nod and in agreement.
And then yeah, we'd follow after.
the burgomaster follows into the streets of Orsnu. We go to our maps. We're right here at number 4, and we will be heading to number 9. It's going to be the sheep pen up here on the northern part of Orsnu. Not a particularly far walk, albeit a very cold one. Yes? Was that an inhale to say something, or just inhale?
Oh, if that came from me, that was just an inhale. Sorry.
Okay. It's like I'm like,
No,
oh,
I
whoa.
did not say anything. No.
Gotcha.
That's the church's chicken there. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Had to breathe.
Alright, so good chicken. Don't huck it down too fast. You all follow the burgomaster and his tax collectors, following Babik through the streets of Orsnu, eventually ending at the sheep's pen, which is just a wide wooden hut within a few hundred yards of Ivan's kind of stately house. There is a single door with a lock that hangs ajar. Inside, the dirt floor is covered with straw and dung, and the scent of blood hangs in the air. Virgil and Jove, you are the first ones to smell it long before you actually enter in. In the center of the room stands a hulking brute of a man. He's holding the bloody head of a sheep. Virgil, this guy is almost as tall as you and nearly just as wide. You can tell that he is quite strong, between strong back muscles all the way down to the forearms. He's got that kind of Dorito farmhand strength to him. But you also notice that there is a large indent on one side of his face, as if a past injury. It almost cups in, as if you could fill this dent with a liquid and drink from it, is how deep this dent goes into his skull. You can see a few other sheep head skulls can be seen scattered in the room, but no major bones or other signs of carcasses, just the sheep head skulls. As the tax collectors and Ivan enter in, you can see Ivan immediately, the anger begins to flare in him.
Luca! What is the meaning of this? What happened to all of the sheep?
You see this large brute of a man turn and
I don't know, Burgomaster. It's how I found all of them. I don't know what happened to them. I'm sorry.
Well, think clearly. What happened? Anything that happened before this? Where were you? Did you notice anything? Just walk us back through how you found this.
Okay. I went out to go fix the fence, so that the sheep would be okay. And when I came back, it was all like this. Oh, the sheep are gone. All of my friends were gone. I think they are all in the dirt now. I I don't know.
Breathe, friend. It's all good. Who else was here and working here? Can you tell us about them?
It's just Babak. No one, no one else. Only, they have is the key. Uh, uh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And you just see that he is just kind of freaking out on the inside. Um, Ivan, his face begins to turn to a very kind of scarlet shade of red. As he turns to the three of you, I'm not going to listen to this idiot's stammer on longer. The three of you are deputized militia members. Find out what the idiot knows and what happened here. Yugen, Skartia, come with me now. And you can hear a certain venomousness underneath. Everybody go ahead and roll me insight.
Nice. 5. Let's go.
Nice.
19.
That's a nat 20.
Nice.
20. Virgil, you could care less what the Burgomaster feels in this moment. There's a lot of blood all over the place, and that's taking up most of your kind of frontal lobe thought right now. Alder and Jove, the anger is hiding a very strong sense of fear right now, a desperation. What was a unfortunate event for everyone, barring the Burgomaster and his tax collectors, is now directly affecting them. And very much a sense that someone is going to need to pay for this is hidden underneath the anger. As Ivan gathers his tax collectors, you hear him say, "We are going door to door, confiscating everything we need, all the food stocks. It will matter not if the taxes are not paid. They will handle this. We will make sure it is done. Go now, and failure will not be acceptable." As you see, Yugen immediately moves with a speed and a sense of urgency that was sorely lacking during dinner. Skartia immediately goes with her hound Frederick, going at opposite directions, begin knocking on doors, as Ivan begins heavy-footedly stomping back to his domain. Already you can hear the anger and the grumbling as he starts to call out to some of his men and bring them to his person. There is like a silent scream goes out in the village behind you as doors are heavily knocked upon, as some of Ivan's men start to join in with the tax collectors, and a sourness begins to emanate from the village. The panic that Ivan and his tax collectors are exuding is starting to spread. None the least with Luca, as he is starting to shake. Alder, since you were the first one to speak up, go ahead and give me a persuasion check to calm him down as Ivan and his tax collectors leave to start shaking down the city.
That's a crit fail.
You reach out and to try to calm him down, and he immediately recoils and starts to blubber and begins to kind of cry. This large, giant man, he doesn't seem to be particularly intelligent. You can see whatever caved in that part of his head has probably left its mark, as he begins to kind of weep over this sheep skull.
could
Jove?
go ahead.
Sorry.
No,
I was
you
just gonna
first.
say, Jove wants to check the door. He mentioned that there was like a locking mechanism to see if there's any like forced entry or signs that it was tampered with or anything like that.
Yeah, go ahead and give me investigation.
That is a non-nat 20.
A non-nat 20. Uh, the door was clearly not forced open. Um, it looks like it has been unlocked. The lock is still in place, albeit it's unlocked clearly. No signs of forced entry or really a struggle. If anything, Joe, give me a follow-up survival check.
That is an 11.
An 11. Luckily, that'll do. As you're looking around the room, Jove, moving from the lock onto the rest, you can see that there are more patches of dried blood spread around the room, suggesting more animals were butchered here than just the 3 current skulls would suggest. With your follow-up wisdom, as you're looking at these pools of blood, it strikes you as very odd because they are in various states of dried and coagulated. While there are some fresh parts of blood, there's also old marks. Some that must be at least a few weeks old. It's for simply 3 sheep skulls. They're too many and too old to be simply from these 3.
The sheep man, is he like totally broken down and not able to be talked to right now, or is he?
You can make an attempt to calm him down. He does seem a bit scared of Alder at this point.
Yeah, Jove will come over to him and say, "Hey, now I know what it's like to be friendly with animals. I've got a few that I call friends at home, so I know it's tough to see them go. But my friend, it looks like here, is this where these sheeps would get slaughtered? I'm just a little confused. There's so much blood, and some of it looks like it's been here for a while. Have any of your sheep here been killed? Within the last week or two, served up for slaughter?"
Go ahead and make a persuasion check, Jove.
Persuasion is a 15.
A 15 meets beats. Okay, friend. Well, and he looks to you, and your big beard, and you're so much shorter than he is, and your words begin to calm him down. Jove, you can see that there appears to be a number of marks on the sheep's skull. Look kind of like teeth marks. But Luca turns to you. Oh, no, the sheeps don't get put down here. My, Brownie, she's my favorite. She'd, she was gone. It, last week, she left. But I know she didn't leave. Brownie's in the dirt, just like Pa's. Pa and Brownie, and now the rest of my friends. I'm sorry.
You
I was just trying to fix the fence.
you had mentioned that with the fence. Did it just break down from the weather, or? Do you have other animals that try and get in here and get at your friend?
Sometimes Eugen told me that the front f- fence was broken, and the it was because I'm not very smart. It was my fault. So I've been looking for where it was broken and trying to fix it. It's where I've been all day. And when I came back, I found them.
And you locked him up before you went out to work on the fence?
Mm-hmm. It's only I'm allowed in here, and uh Barrick and the burgomaster and this lady with her dog Frederick. He's not a friend. He doesn't like me. And Eugen has a key. He he's not very nice.
His manners ain't too good either. Seems to be like a real sour fellow. But who was that second name that you said had? Was it Derek?
Uh Babbitt?
Bavik.
Yeah, Babbitt. Yeah, Babbitt. Does the writing. I and counts the sheep. I'm not very good at counting.
Lou's gonna have an easier job now.
Jove will kind of look over.
Take your +1 for well timed.
Got him. Fuck.
Well, it seems like you're doing your job just fine, so don't worry too much about that. We're gonna figure out what happened to your friends here. Is Bavik around? Maybe we should talk to him too.
Mm-hmm. Uh, I um um uh okay. Babbitt. Babbitt.
And you see the same kind of lopsided jaw individual come in from outside the.
Yeah, Luca. What's going on? My friend wants to talk to you. Friend, this is Babbitt. Pleasure, pleasure to meet you. You, you're the ones that helped save us when the Orsnu was being attacked. I hope that you can be equally helpful here.
And you can tell that he's definitely shaken as well. It's not just the cold that puts the shake in him. It's the seeing all of his kind of livestock and livelihood, in 3 skulls and the rest missing.
That's what we're trying to do here, Bavik, is be of some help here. Trying to figure out what exactly is going on. My understanding is that there's only one way in and one way out of here, and that's through that locked door behind us. Is that right? Is there any other way to get into this place?
Not without breaking in the door. I've got the key. Luca, his father maintains the key back at their house. Although it's been quite some time since we've seen the barber. Luca's father is a barber.
can fix up your cuts. Besides that, it is just the burgomaster and the tax collectors. Eugen specifically. It is his job to make sure that I am counting all of the sheep correctly. It is Luca's job to make sure that they stay in, get moved correctly from place to place. Takes care of them. He's very good with the sheep. Don't listen to the rest of the village. He's simple. Occasionally easily startled into a temper, but he's reliable. He's good kid. Right, Luca, right. And Luca, yeah, yeah, Babak, yeah. And smiles just a little bit through this kind of situation.
Well, I for one would like to take a look around the inside of that room. It may
Yeah, I
look
wanna-
locked and foolproof, but just want to check and see if there's any cracks or anything, or something could slip in.
I want to take a look at the lock, whether it be a padlock or a door lock.
Yeah, absolutely. As you begin investigating, Babak, with kind of his lopsided jaw, will say, if you need anything else, I will need to start cleaning some of my affairs up, now that we're missing so many sheeps. If you don't mind, Luca typically needs to be escorted home. That's where his key and the rest will be. Would you all mind making sure that he gets home and, well, doesn't, kind of loses his words and kind of points to this scene and gives kind of a shrug of the shoulders. He doesn't get along with everyone, and he seems to have taken a shining to you. He says to you, Jove, would you make sure he gets home?
We'll make sure that Luke gets home safe.
I know it. I know this all seems very bad, but Luca is not a killer, and these sheep is his whole life. I don't care what anyone else says. I don't think he did this. And I think you all might only be the people that might believe. The rest... Well, if he wasn't here and didn't have the father that he has, I think they might take advantage of him. He is soft and kind. Something we lack sometimes. Thank you. He gives you kind of a nod, Jove, as you see him head out to kind of a smaller building next to the Benz. You could see a kind of a small oil lamp burning on the inside. As it opens, you can hear kind of like the rustle of parchments and other tools kind of clanging together, like shears and the likes, as it goes through and starts putting together what remains of this business. Virgil, go ahead and give me investigation or survival.
Whoa, 19 investigation.
19 investigation. Yeah, looking at this, it is a padlock. Think real old school iron wrought padlock. The big old fucking keys and everything. Showing no signs of like thieves' tools or forced entry. Clearly unlocked by a key is what you would say. And with your good investigation, looking at it, your eyes dart to the ground, looking at the footprints, and as you kind of follow them along, you can see yours and Jove and Alder and some of like the tax collectors, the burgomaster and likes, but you notice that the only footprints in here are human and sheep. while there are sheep skulls here and clearly signs of a carnage, it doesn't appear as though there's like animal markings or claw marks,
Mm-hmm.
just human and sheep footprints. Alder, you want to do an investigation? Guess not.
What's that? I'm sorry, it cut out for a second. I didn't hear.
Oh, I said, did you want to roll an investigation on something? I believe Virgil wanted to investigate the lock. Did you want to do something?
Yes, Alder wanted to check and see if there were like any structural damage or like places like even just like cracks in this place where something could maybe be slipped in. Just kind of seeing how sturdy this place is since there's supposedly only one way in.
Yeah, you go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Okay.
And then, Jove, would you give me a survival check as you're talking to Luca and looking at the sheep skull in his hands?
That's a 14 for investigation.
14 for investigation. You scour the structure of this building, looking for gaps, loose planks where maybe somebody could have snuck in, but surprisingly, the structure is sound. No glaring weak spots or broken boards. It looks perfectly fine.
I got a 13 survival.
13. Looking at the skull in Luca's hands, you can see that there are large teeth marks. You can see canines, incisors, and molars broken into the skull. It seems like a large omnivore got to these, maybe like a bear or a giant badger. And looking at, Luca's hands and like his mouth, that he is, besides the little bit on his hands from picking up the skulls, he's clean. Well, as clean as a sheep stable hand can be. He's still very much like mucky, dirty, snow and grime underneath them, but he's certainly not bloodied, minus his hands.
So, sorry, I had to get up to get the dogs. Did Virgil check out the fence outside?
No one has yet to go out and check out the fence.
I got the lock.
Yeah.
I
Gotcha.
can check the fence if you would like.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll
Go
go
on.
ahead. Is that investigation, I assume?
This one's actually be a perception check.
A perception. Ooh, okay. Try my best. For perception, that would be a 14.
A
Another
14.
14.
You scour the perimeter, looking at the fence that holds in all of the sheep. You do a full scan. It takes you a little bit. So if we're looking at this map up here, it is, see all that kind of squiggly area. From my notes, that's not
Like behind it.
Yes, that is
Yeah.
kind of the fenced-in area, and it uses the cliffs on the north side of Orsnu to help pen them all in, so you don't have to build that kind of fourth area. It takes you a second to walk the bit. It's a pretty sizable area. You feel confident that if there were a broken part of this fence here, you'd find it, but the fence is perfectly fine, Alder. There's no broken gaps, or then there's some places that are a little older that could probably use fresh thing of paint and maybe some new nails, but not enough for a sheep to break through or
Yeah.
anything to get in. It all seems fine.
What about this mountain that it's up against? Like, how high is this exactly?
The cliffs are pretty steep. Well over, you gotta say, it ranges. It's all not just like one solid shelf. The lower parts are probably about 50, 60 feet up. The highest part's probably 100, 120. Let's say with your 14 in perception, the cliffs behind where the sheeps are is one of the taller parts. There doesn't seem to be any like holes or cracks or anything through it. It seems to be an effective kind of back wall for the sheep to be in.
Yeah, that would be quite the dive if you came off of here. To get
Someone would
into the
need
pen.
to either be exceptionally hardy or use magic. I'll say, especially since you're a wizard, would have to use a spell like Featherfall to jump down into this one. But
Yeah.
it's minus magic. A normal person would likely perish dropping down from that height.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, that's mainly all Alder would think to investigate, just because the other party members have kind of looked into what else he would.
Yeah, you go ahead and you return back and let your fellow party members know that no signs of broken fences or forced entry. Just a big, empty, fenced-in area that should have a bunch of sheep in it. But instead, there's nothing but empty space and snow.
So,
Hey,
you-
Joe. I'm I'm having a suspicion.
Tell me about it.
Uh, so, what if these sheep skulls aren't the sheep skulls of the sheep who we think were deadified?
Oh, so some sort of ruse, you say?
Yeah. I ask you because you're our track guy. Could you look for following the sheep feet out of here and see if maybe they were led away? Maybe these aren't corpses, and maybe they're some kind of red herring.
Well, the snow is going to make it difficult, but I don't know exactly how many sheep were supposed to be in here. But if they were led out of
All we
here,
need is one set of tracks.
well, it's definitely worth looking.
Go ahead and give me that survival check, Jove.
Nice. That's a 22. Yeah, 22.
22. You you are correct. It is difficult with how much snow and the likes is here, but you do find one set of footprints and a number of sheep prints that lead away back towards the village, around the back, away from the fences and the gates. And this kind of big U shape heading back down south. They seem to avoid the main road, and
So this like around the squiggly under 10.
if we were looking at the map, imagine it starts behind number 9 and then
Yeah.
loops around heading towards number 10, yes.
Okay.
And you can see, you follow the tracks. It's difficult with the snow, but Virgil may have been on something because you do see bits of blood mixed in with some traps. As if whoever was leading these, you're not sure if they were bleeding or the sheep were bleeding, but you find cold patches of blood. Not immediately, but every, you'd have to say, probably 60 or so feet.
Yeah, Jove would report back to Virgil and Alder and say, well, you were onto something there, Virgil, because are some tracks heading back around the pen and back towards the town. It looks like, and even seen some drops of blood. Can't tell if it's from the sheep or from whatever took the sheep, but I'm not sure there's much more we can suss out here besides tearing up the floorboards. But I don't think that'll be necessary. So, and I know we said that we would take Luca home, so maybe we do that and follow these tracks.
Yeah. I'm gonna perk up at blood, and I'm gonna take a walk out there and see if I can determine anything about the blood. Like, is it bestial blood? Is it humanoid blood?
I'll say, I don't think you need a roll for this one. I'll say with your experience and curse currently, that's beast blood. It's not people blood. Definitely beast. It smells just like the sheep blood in here.
Okay.
As you finish your investigation, you begin to guide Luca home, Jove. He helps kind of point the way as you walk through the streets of Orsnu, and as you are walking through kind of the snow and the drifts, you can see that the village is beginning to have a panic. As news spreads from house to house, as the tax collectors go, taking what very little that they have left to try to shore up this huge loss. You can hear arguing, yelling, the sharp sound of heavy knocks on doors. People are coming out of their houses, pointing fingers, yelling at each other. There is a immediate hostility in the air as the afternoon is turning into evening, as the sun gets lower and lower, the darkness begins to spread. You can only see the angry, oil lamp lit eyes glaring. Not at you three, but at Luca. It's a rather short walk, but in that small time, I'll say anybody with a passive perception, it's 2 12s and a 14, if I believe correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say it's not a hard check. I'll say passively, the three of you are noticing a growing amount of eyes and hostility at Luca as the news that all of the Lord Strahd's sheep have been disposed of. And the fingers are starting to begin pointed at Luca. You come across Luca's house, and it is surprisingly nice. It is well built, 2-story home, larger and better furnished than many of the other homes there. As Luca goes up to the door and says, "Oh, thank you, friend. I'm sorry about the sheep."
Well, it's not your fault, Luca. We'll figure out what really happened here.
Oh, okay. Thanks, friend. And as he opens the door, Virgil and Jove, your senses are assaulted with the smell of blood and rotting meat as soon as the door opens. And Luca looks into kind of the darkened house and this kind of large kind of wail as he seems to kind of shirk back.
Jove will kind of try to like get behind him and like guide him away, turn him around so he's not looking in there. And as he does, he's going to try and peek inside and see what
Oh,
messy door.
Alder wants to go in.
Yeah,
Alder's going in. Yeah.
Jove, as you move Luca as he begins to kind of cry, Alder, you enter in, and the bottom floor has kind of 3 rooms in it. There's a common dining area, a kitchen, and a third room that you see the tools of the trade of a barber. There's a barber's chair, sharp knives, looks like a bucket of dead leeches, and some anatomical drawings there showing bits, since classically barbers and surgeons are one and the same. However, what has gotten Luca most upset, his father is not present, but instead, the back door to his house has been broken open. There are about a dozen sheep skulls thrown madly about the ground floor, and a number of blood and what little viscera is left rotting through the house. It's messy and darkened. And you're counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, more than a dozen of these sheep skulls here.
Well, it's gross in here, boys, but Jove, someone broke in through the back. Can you go and check and see if there's any prints? Virgil, come on in with me. Let's see if there's anybody else in here. And, yeah, I definitely want to take a look at the scene of this.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll start, Jove, you head around towards the back.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and give me investigation. In fact, everybody give me investigation.
Yep.
Let's not pretend that we're not doing that right now.
Who done it? That's a 15 for investigation.
15.
16.
16.
18.
18. As you all investigate this scene, Jove, immediately you can tell that the back door of this residence has been busted through. Somebody came from the outside to here, and you can see those same tracks that you saw starting at the pens match the ones that are on this back door. And you can tell that they're between the size, the shape, and the bits of blood that are still in there. Alder and Virgil, as you're searching through, you can tell that many of these, it smells of rotting meats, but all of it is seemingly still fresh. The blood hasn't dried out and hardened yet. Some of the skulls are still slick. They have the signs of, incisors and molars, the same signs that Jove saw on the skulls inside the pen. And they are all tossed about, but don't seem to have the huge big blood stains that you saw back in the pen. They seem, with those good investigation rolls, these seem very planted in this house, thrown in haphazardly, roughly, scattered about, smeared on places to make a scene here.
Then, looking around inside, so is there anyone else that we do find in here, or is it abandoned?
Not abandoned, but clearly no one else here. Luca's father doesn't seem to be present. All of his barber supplies is here, as if simply waiting. The kitchen seems well stocked. If it weren't for the mess of sheep skulls, this would be a fine house, more well-to-do than most of the other places that you've seen, minus the burgomaster's place. It's Probably the second nicest house you've been in.
All right. Well, there's a lot going on here. This isn't always my. Oh yeah. I hear that out there.
Yes, you do. You all begin to hear a mob forming. That sourness that held over the village, the hostilities, begin to break a fever point. As you're all investigating, you hear Luca start saying loudly, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And the sounds of a large, angry mob. Their torches and lamps begin to illuminate the shadows. As you're all investigating and standing in this carnage, you hear one of them begin to accuse and screech at Luca, hurls insults and accusations. And you can see this large, kind man is finally breaking. He's beginning to shake. He's beginning to go almost into a rage. Jove, you recognize that sort of anger. That very same one that used to sit in your own shoulders before the beast did. The three of you can all see that the confrontation is brewing, and Luca is heavily outnumbered. There's got to be the better part of 30 people out there. And as their lights and lamps begin to shine through the house, some begin screaming and pointing at the skulls, blame thrown at Luca as he is pushed further and further up against the wall. You fear that if...
I'm gonna go in.
Go for it. You walk out of Luca's house, and you can see a number, this whole mob, their eyes look to you. They are sunken, hollow. Anger. Fear. They call out to you.
Take a step back.
Oh. Go ahead and roll me that intimidation check.
Yeah.
15.
A 15? Meets beats, baby. That's the number of the game.
Hey.
Love it. And
There is... Go for it.
yeah, he'll take a step in between him and all the people who are there and just say, I remember not too long ago y'all were mobbing up on somebody because you didn't like them for evidence that you did not have, just because they were a little different. Am I wrong?
There's a tense moment. It holds as you stand your ground, full body in the torchlights. And then, go ahead.
Remind me, who was it that lost their life that night? Was it the people that you hated? Were your lives made suddenly better by this mobbing? And let me know one more time, who was it that figured out what was going on and helped the whole town and, I don't know, saved y'all from destroying yourselves? You there, you. Tell me what you think.
Point to a man and... Boys, he's right. They're our heroes.
Let us do our investigating. I appreciate your care for the town and the sheep and the taxes, but ultimately, killing a young boy certainly ain't gonna bring the sheep back. Am I wrong?
No, he's not wrong. And there's you start to see the crowd begins to disperse. It starts with one man agreeing and then more and more, and you hear the overlapping conversations of, what happened the last time they mobbed up, what happened to the young Grelin. Talk about, you start hearing the other ones say they stopped it from burning it down, and as you stand your ground and you use a combination of Minotaur intimidation and cold hard logic, the people begin to back down. Start.
If anybody wants to come help the town come tax season, we sure would love a hand of people out and about looking for any lost sheep that might have gotten away.
You see a number of them begin shaking their heads, nodding, begin taking their torch lights out and begin to disperse into the city. Some hang back and kind of watch and give you your distance, but you seem to have successfully quelled the angry mob with your past deeds and a good intimidation check.
I'll
Luca.
go back up to Alder and I'll talk to Luca and be like, "There you go, buddy," and I'll give him a pat on the back and like knock him forward.
And normally, people would be knocked forward, but you put a hard back, and it's like hitting stone, like hitting a wall. Think real Nanami of just like, you're like, damn, that's a big boy. And he looks to you, and he, thanks, friend. Uh, I, I have something for you. Thanks for getting me home, and thanks for believing me. And he's got this velvet bag that hangs around his neck and he removes a number of small items. There's a soapstone statuette carved in the crude likeness of a Barovian woman. He's got like a soft scrap of blue silk, a pair of moldy walnuts, and interestingly, a fine linen envelope that is unopened and addressed to Kostel Barbu, Orsnu.
Why do you have this?
It was for my pa. Everyone says that he's just missing, but I don't think he's coming back.
You're afraid he's in the dirt?
I know he's in the dirt. Nobody else believes me, but I know he's in the dirt, and I can't read. So you should have it. You can read.
How about I read it to you?
While you do that, I do want to do just a small little something. Please don't worry. It's just a precaution. Might tinkle a bit, but it'll be okay. And Alder's actually gonna go back a little bit to some of the old stuff here, and we're gonna cast Detect Thoughts as he reads through this on our friend.
Why, there's a thought over there.
Do I need to make a saving throw?
You only need to make a saving throw if I choose to probe
If he
deeper.
digs deeper.
Otherwise, I am a
Surface thoughts is free.
surface level stuff. So like surface level of what's on his thought, his emotions, right? If something's distressing him, stuff like that.
Totally.
And then if I want to probe deeper into what he's thinking, or like more of the memory, then there is a wisdom save that he has to do. I will double check on exactly which one that is right now.
Would you mind telling me what you're about to do to him so I can make sure that he's ready for it?
Well, I'm essentially just... It's a little bit of like a detector, basically. I'm just gonna get a very surface level reading on what he might be thinking of, his emotional state, and, well, if I detect anything that seems very abnormal, I can try to push a little bit deeper. It won't hurt him at all. It's just a precaution.
Sounds good. He's just gonna dig in your brain and see if there's anything that you forgot.
Is it gonna hurt?
It will not hurt at all, I promise.
No, it might be confusing, but hey, that's magic, right?
Magic is confusing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yet, for the record, DM, it is in fact a wisdom.
I'll tell you right now, he's gonna fail that if you push deeper. He's gonna fail that wisdom save immediately.
Cool.
So, Virgil, you go ahead and you open this letter, and let's switch over to our lore so I can paste it there. It reads in a beautiful script, perfectly written, well manicured. It reeks of nobility, and as you open it up, a ring falls out of the package. It is appears to be a plain gold band, though tarnished and chipped. It almost seems to hum as it falls into your hands. The letter, as you read it to Luca, says, "My dear Costel," and Luca's thoughts immediately say, "That's my dad. Forgive my abruptness, but you are in grave danger. The man you describe clearly carries a dark curse. You must flee with your son to my estate. We have ample stores laid up for the winter and can shelter your family and friends. Please let Ivan know he is welcome as well, despite our past difficulties." Accompanying this letter is a magical ring. It has been imbued with a spell that will suppress this man's hunger for a short while. It should be enough to facilitate your escape. It has been charmed to attune to you quickly, as I fear the danger is near. Please do not trouble yourself with a response. I will see you soon enough. Your friend in joy and strife, Marilina Fedotev. And as you are going through Luca's surface thoughts, there's not a whole lot of recognition when you hear the words Marilina Fedotev. There's a chorus like, "That's my dad." He all seems really confused by this. I would say, even if he were to dig deeper, he seems pretty oblivious, doesn't understand. There is a brief flash of a thought when you hear Marilina Fedotev of, like a childhood memory of, "Was she there when that sheep kicked me in the head? I can't remember. I miss my dad. It's nice to have friends. I miss Brownie. I'm hungry." It's just really basic, simple thoughts. And as you dig through, it's... Alder, you've been in some pretty dirty mines before. Some pretty hostile mines. Harking back to Sand Krulik.
Yeah.
And jumping into that nest of rats that was his mind. His mind is soft, it's kind. While there is anger there, it's not anger of hatred, it's anger of confusion, of an inability to process the complex. And as Virgil finishes reading this and has the ring in hands, the only thing you really feel is a certain amount of pity to this kind man.
Last question before it wears off, but what can you tell me about when you received this letter? Do you remember how long ago it was?
That's a great question. Let me real quick look at mine. It came 2 days after the last time I saw my dad. I couldn't read it, and I couldn't find him, so I just held on to it.
And your dad, how long has he been missing now?
a long time, but not a too long time. And he tries to like go through the amount of days and doesn't have an exact number for you, but you're thinking probably about a week or so. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. Recent enough that it hasn't affected the village yet, but
Yeah.
enough to cause his son to worry.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, and you'd see the light in Alder's eye just kind of illuminating against the glass. So you start to kind of dim as the detect thoughts would wear off. And yeah, he'd look to Virgil and say, "Oh, I think that's about as much as I'm going to get out of it on this one. Seems clean."
Well, there's never any doubt of him being clean.
More so just want to see if you knew anything interesting. But, well, we appreciate the help on this one, friend.
oh. Thank you, friend. Sorry I was mad at you, back there. You're really red.
I am, and I usually get area when I'm on fire. Well, honestly, I don't think you could hurt a fly. And, you got caught up in some weird situation here. So, my best advice, try and lay low the next couple days and let us take care of everything, okay?
Okay. But what's that lady doing? And he looks behind you all, and you see a woman running towards you at full speed, a dead sprint, as she holds in her arms a tattered, bloody form. You recognize this as Scartia, as she is flagged by her hound, Frederick. As she runs up, you see in her arms is not the bloody, tattered remains of a sheep, but the bloody body of a child that has had most of their body eaten, leaving only an arm, a bit of torso, and the head. A scream rips out from what remains of the mob as they disperse, as a new panic sets in. You can hear the sounds of villagers beginning to run, of a fire beginning to burn. People begin screaming for help. And as the sun fully sets, darkness settles onto Orsnu. The snow dropping in thick clumps, reducing the visibility to hardly 60 feet in front of you. The cold picks up, and Scartia, with this bloodied remains of a child, I don't know what it is, but something is eating the villagers. Frederick found this one. I don't know what it is, but it's here.
Shit. Where did you find it? Where did you find them?
Frederick, lead them. You can see Luca beginning to breathe heavily as he puts his eyes on that same big The rest of you run out forward as Luca begins to put his head in his hands and leans up against kind of the wall of his house and sinks down low. Scartia has Frederick, her basset hound, begin bounding forward. And as you do, a wagon being driven by 4 horses, fully on fire, begins to bound towards you all. dragging the wreckage, and you all recognize that the carriage is no simple Bordeaux, no simple merchants, but the fine, well-made coach of the burgomaster, and is heading in a direct line at you. You have... Actually, on this one, this is going to be a skill check, or combat, depending on how you want to handle it. Can I have everybody roll initiative? As these panicking horses driving forward a burning carriage begins to bear down on you. 22. All right.
Yes, sir. Nat 20.
All right. 11 with the Verge. Horses and Verge. Escartia moves out of the way with Frederick, the Basset Hound, fully aware of the carnage heading their way. You've probably got 60 feet until the carriage is on top of you all as you are at the entrance of Luca's house. We'll start off with Jove. You can see that these horses are in a full frenzy. Whether between the fire of the carriage, the chaos in the streets, or perhaps the machinations of something else, they are in a full panic. And having spent some time with horses, if you can't calm them down, they likely won't stop unless they die, Jove.
So they're just straight beelining it for us.
Yes, the horses appear to be in full panic, still hitched up to the carriage. You can see the kind of the wood and the leather holding it together. There are 4 riding horses all put together.
Oh, I know.
I think. Okay, so what Jove's initial reaction is to do, and you tell me if this is even possible, is to break out a hand axe and try and, I guess, hit whatever is, locking the horse into the yoke of the carriage. Would Jove, with his time spent around caravans, think that that's a fool's errand, or would there be some rope or something that he could cut that could loose one of the bridled horses?
No, that's a fantastic idea, Jove. With your time spent with caravans and long travel, you feel rather confident that if you can destroy kind of the harness that is holding them in there, they'll be free of the carriage and be able to run off. The hard part is going to be trying to nail this before they get on you. But can it be done? You feel confident you can.
Cool. Then he is going to attempt to do that. So that's long distance. I think I'd actually even have to move, because pretty sure hand axes are 20-40. I'm just going to double check that real quick.
If you wouldn't mind.
Oh, no, it's actually 20-60
perfect.
for long range, weirdly enough.
Yep.
So standing where he is, he will, at disadvantage, aiming for the bridle, or whatever you want to call it, and try and loose his yay. There we go. That is for a 25.
That'll hit. Roll damage.
6. Oh, for minimum of 4.
You throw the hand axe, Jove, and you see it hits the tethers that are holding those horses together. They fray a bit, and certainly have taken damage, but not enough to free the horses. They are still attached and pulling the carriage towards you all.
Gotcha. And then I don't think even with my multi-attack or extra attack I can throw another thing, right?
Excellent
think
question.
Because with the throwing fighting style, you like are able to do that. So I don't think I'm able to do a second one.
Let me take a look. See, yes, you can draw one weapon as a free action each turn. You only get one per turn, so while you do have a second attack, you wouldn't be able to throw another one. You are correct.
Then I guess he'll just reserve his action to. I guess can you? It's been a while since I've had multi attack, or extra attack. So would I be able to hold that second action to try and strike with the whip when they get closer, or do you have to hold the whole action?
I think you have to hold the whole action. But since we let you use it as a bonus action, I think that's kind of lame, so I'll let you hold on to it. But you will have to stay in front of the carriage.
Sure thing, yeah. So he'll get the whip out and then be ready if they get closer, and that'll be Jeff.
Yep, that seems fair to me. Risk being trampled by 4 horses to pull off this one, but we'll see when we get there. Next is Alder, as Jove throws a hand axe and strikes the tethers, fraying them a bit, but not enough to free the horses. They begin to barrel down. Not their turn yet, as we move to Alder.
Alder is going to finally make use of a great scroll that we've had for a while here, as he is going to cast Entangle as a series of long and constricting weeds shoot up from the ground. So it'll start. The beginning of it will start right where the right where the carriage is, going across that to the horses, and it is a 20-foot cube, essentially. And the horses all need to make a strength savings or be restrained, and that does count as difficult terrain now as well.
Oh, very clever. Very clever. Okie dokie, let me get the horses. Okay, not weak, but not particularly strong either. Let's see, what's the DC for this one, bad boy?
So I don't know, would this one, since it's a druid one, would my normal spell casting? I'm not sure.
You know what I can do? Let's take a look.
This is not my typical spell.
No, it does not. Dun 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 dun. It's not good. Let's say, since this is, what is your wisdom modifier?
My wisdom, it's a +2.
A +2. So let's do. Let's make this. So we'll put that in. Let's make this a DC 12, since you are not using your typical spells for this one. You're stretching your idea since this is a druid spell, but let's make a DC 12.
Okay. So,
And then
make a strength saving throw then for me for the
first
horses.
horse. That's an 11. Second horse. That's 15.
So one is restrained. Oh, there's more.
Yep. Third horse is a 7. Fourth horse is also 7. So 3 are restrained. 1 is not. It's difficult terrain as they come almost to a full stop. since only one isn't restrained, but it's trying to push past the other ones, they effectively have stopped moving. As the entangle begins to creep up, it is a mass of sickly black and gray vines that reach up like fingers and weave through. And as they touch the carriage, the back half of the entangle begins to light a fire as the fire jumps onto these dead-like growths. Anything else from you all there?
That will be all, and the horses that are restrained check as their action to try and break out of it as well.
All right. Well, then those 3 horses on their turn, because they're next, are going to try to break free. That's crit fail 3 and a 9. That's not going to do. The last horse, who is unrestrained, however, is still lashed to the other 3 horses. So the cart comes to a stop as the fire begins to spread onto the entangled and begins to spread towards the horses. As it does, Virgil.
Yeah, does jumping require an action?
Let me see.
Because currently I want to run in, but with the difficult terrain, it would be just out of range with dashing.
Long jump. When you make a long jump, you cover a number of feet through there.
I think it just requires you to move beforehand.
I believe so, as...
I think it's just a movement.
We'll just get a real quick sage advice on this one. There's my... I need it for 5e. 3.5 isn't quite what I'm looking for. No, it does not require an action. So yeah, you can absolutely jump.
Yeah, so I'm going to dash with my action, and then run basically up to the edge of the vines. And I'm gonna jump into the middle of the 4 horses. And I'm going to use my bonus action to... What's the title? It's called Goring Rush. Immediately after you use your dash action on your turn and move at least 20 feet, you can make 1 melee attack with your horns as a bonus action.
Let's see it. Go ahead and roll for that attack. On the tethers.
Horns.
Just like leaping into it here. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like...
That's a natural 20.
Whoa!
What's the damage die for your Goring Rush?
1d6 plus 3.
Oh, with a nat 20, using your horns and the weight of your body, you crash through the tethers, releasing the horses from their tether.
I don't necessarily want to do that. I'm specifically going for the horse, not the tether.
You're hitting the horse?
Yeah.
Oh, well, which one?
I mean, I guess the one that looks least entangled.
Well, go ahead and put that as the... Let's roll a d4. All right, that's the back right one. So yeah, go ahead and do damage then.
Yep. Oh, good, I rolled low. So that's 10. 10 piercing.
Dun, 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 dun. You gorge into one of the horses, the one that is least restrained. Deal it a heavy blow. It is immediately weakened, but not quite dead yet.
That's my turn.
All right.
I'm
Joe.
just here for sentinel value.
Smart.
Yeah.
Okay.
How is it going anywhere?
I think Jove will use his now 35 feet of movement to go up and get within 25 feet of everybody there. And then he'll try and thread the needle. He'll have to switch to a javelin because he only has the one hand X right now, and try and hit the bridle once again.
Go ahead. Just make a normal roll for this.
Ooh, that is an 11.
An 11.
Don't make that a 12.
A 12 will hit.
Oh. And that is going to be for 6 damage.
6 damage. With that, the tether does indeed snap, and the horses are no longer tethered to the burning carriage. If they were not restrained, they would be able to run away. They can't because they're currently entangled, minus the one that has just been gored, but not their turn yet. But yes, Jove, you destroy the tethers holding the horses to the cart.
Then, I guess he used all of his movement, so that's all I got.
Alder, your move as you see the tethers break, the front of the carriage dips forward now that it's no longer being propelled by the horses, and you can see the fire from it is about to spread to your entangle and light the area aflame. You're muted.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Yes. Alder will use his most basic control flames as he walks towards the carriage. He begins to start kind of absorbing that fire into him, starting to lift it out, essentially almost like lifting it out of the carriage where he can and bringing it into himself. I will say it's only like a 5x5 cube, so I don't know if he can get all of the flames out here, but he would definitely try to like remove the fire and like kind of absorb it himself.
Absolutely.
5 feet is considerable.
It is pretty big, yeah.
Yeah,
when
you
you're talking about cubic feet.
Yeah, because I just don't know how big this exact carriage is, but he would certainly be using that.
It's enough
I
to
would
fit
say-
4 people
I would say
comfortably.
5 foot. Yeah, 5 foot cubed seems like about the size of like most of a
Like a
small
sedan.
bathroom.
Yeah.
Uh,
About a quarter of the carriage, you snuff out the flames, absorbing it into yourself, and begin to diminish that flame.
and that's all for Alder.
It is the horses, the one that is not restrained and no longer tethered, immediately bounds away, uses an action and dashes away from Virgil, away from the burning carriage, as fast as its feet will take it. It's no longer restrained. The other 3 are going to attempt to bust out of there. That's a 20, a 21, a 7, and an 11.
First one does break free.
A second horse breaks free and begins to leave. There are 2 horses still entangled, but
So,
as
the one that's trying to get away that I did not gore with my horns earlier, I will attempt a sentinel attack on.
go for it.
That's a 19.
19 will hit.
Non-lethal if possible. And we'll do it with the warhammer. Oh, good, max. 11 bludgeoning.
You get it right in the back of the head, stunning it and causing it to not run away. It is if you could do like the whole almost like cartoon seeing stars, it's very much like that. Just underneath knocking it out completely, but it's moving nowhere fast.
The other one has free movement though.
Yep, that horse uses its full movement to get out of there, to get out of dodge, and likely will be gone by the next turn. Which then, funnily enough, brings us to you, Virgil.
Yeah. I just don't want them like going and destroying anything while they're crazy. How big is the cart? Like size?
You'd
Man.
say it's probably like a 10 by 20 type of deal.
But like size name, large, huge.
I would say for the round that takes out, that's 5, 10, 15, 20. Let's say it's the Burgermaster, so it's larger. So let's make it a large cart.
Cool. As long as it's only one size larger than me. I'm gonna bonk the cart with my hammer.
Go ahead.
That is a 19 to hit with the warhammer.
Oh, 19? So close. You hit.
It's an armored vehicle.
We gotta ride
Does
around
that
in
hit?
style. Yes. Yes, 19 absolutely hits.
That is 7 bludgeoning, and I'm going to use my my other really cool bonus action, hammering horns, after I hit. Oh, it's a creature. Damn. I was gonna try and push it back,
Roll me an athletics check.
but it says creature.
Yeah, I know it says creature. Go ahead and roll me an athletics check. Let's see if you got the strength in the neck.
15.
15. Yeah, that'll
The number
do.
of the night.
That is the number of the night. That'll do. Go ahead and push it back. 10.
Yeah, so I'll push it back. Unless you want to have it make a strength save. 10 feet away from me.
The cart fails against the contested strength save, and it is indeed pushed 10 feet back. Back to Yov.
Okay, so we've got 2 of the horses have run off, correct?
One horse has run off. Virgil, Sentineled, another one, and you have 2 who are still restrained by the entangle. They are very much still in a panic, but now that they are no longer tethered to a bird and cart, they could certainly be calmed down with an animal handling check.
The entangle doesn't hurt me, right? To go into because I'm friendly.
It's difficult terrain.
Difficult terrain, gotcha.
Yes, and entangle doesn't do any damage, just restrains.
Oh, it's just restraints. Okay.
Yes, that is spike growth that you're thinking
That,
of.
yeah.
Yeah, classic wave spell.
Yeah, exactly. I guess before he does that, he'll kind of take a side step and just make sure that this isn't some sort of distraction. Do I see past the cart? It sounds like there's pandemonium happening, but there's nothing that's like trying to, use this as a distraction to get a one-up on us. Is there? Joe would like to look.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
That's a 2.
That's a 2. Not that you see the sounds of people panicking, of, small fires being set, of, I'll say with the 2, you don't see anything, but you can't help but to hear an awful lip-smacking sound from out in the distance.
You can't help but hear an exchanging of words.
What a beautiful wedding.
Well,
Oh.
it would have been.
Yes, I'll say that you don't see anything down the line. Between the darkness, the heavy snow buffs, the fire of this cartridge, it's the sound of something awful eating that comes from the chaos. That's what I'll say your 2 gets you, Jove.
Then Jove will use his remainder of his movement to do a kind of combination long jump type deal to try and avoid as much of the difficult terrain as possible to try and calm down one of the horses.
Animal handling.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm usually good at that, but that's only a 5.
Yeah, 5's not gonna do. The horse is definitely freaking out now that entangles around it. The city is going into chaos, and as you're like, chill out. The small,
You know how you calm a horse.
shh.
How you do it?
They've never
like that.
spoken. But but the horse is still in a panic, and it will try to strain to get out of the entanglements. Anything else from you, Jove?
No, sir.
Alder.
Okay. Is the carriage still actively on fire then, or?
Yes, it is still on fire, though you've done a good chunk to stop it from spreading to the entangle.
Yeah.
Uh,
Push it out there.
and then
Yeah. He.
pushed it about 10 feet back. So since you said the radius of the,
It's 20. It's a 20-foot cube.
it's 20-foot cube. Okay, line it onto there to get the horses mount shine. So yes, it has been pushed out of the entangle. It is still burning, but it won't light your entangle on fire.
Gotcha. He will still remove flames though to be on the safe side. So he will continue to use control flame to try and absorb this flame.
Absolutely. Easy enough
Keep it from
for
spreading.
our fire genasi wizard as you absorb another chunk of the flame. You feel that you've probably gotten rid of half of them. 2 more casts that spell and you'll likely quench the fire completely.
Gotcha. And I guess the only other thing I would do for Alder is he would just position himself so he's not immediately in front of a horse that might run away in a second.
Easily enough for you to skirt around. Leading to said horses, the one that was hit by your sentinel is going to use his action to run away again, Virgil.
Yeah.
And the other
I'll
2
run it this time.
are going to make the first horse, of course, using action, moves 90 feet in a single turn, gone. The second horse, same deal, goes. The last 2 entangled, that is a 21 and a 5, so 1 more breaks free and begins to run off into the distance, leaving 1 last entangled horse, which brings us to Virgil.
I'm just gonna keep pushing the cart back. Just keep them away from the fire.
Easy enough. We'll say no roll needed. I think at this point we kind of know how this one's gonna go. Unless someone stops the horse, it will just break out of the entangle and run off.
I will not. Alder's just gonna continue to just remove this flame, essentially.
As we leave this small skill encounter, Alder, you are able to save most of the Burgomaster's cart by getting rid of the flames. The horses eventually break free of the entangle and run off to get away from the chaos out into the streets of Orsnu. Scartia has her basset hound Frederick by the collar as it strains against her, trying to follow the scent that they found earlier. Unless somebody heavily opposes, she is ready to let Frederick go and continue to follow the scent.
I mean, yeah, I think we continue to follow.
Frederick continues to bay and to bark loudly, eager to set off the hunt. And as the basset hound bounds through the streets of Orsnu, he begins heading down. Let's bring up the map. So we're at building number 10. That's Luca's house right there. You begin heading south towards the village square. As you hit the village square, you can see squads of militia are moving around, investigating houses. You can see people are either boarding up their houses, or you see a number of them already broken into with a number of blood splatters against the door frame. They see you all, and you notice, Virgil, one of them being one of the young men in front of the mob, and he looks to you and gives you a heavy nod and directs more of the militiamen into the next house, searching for whatever's causing this. They give you a nod of approval and let you continue forward. As
And I'll give a Lord's Alliance salute. Not that it means anything to them, but it will.
it means a lot. If it means a lot to you. That's fun for me. But yes, having dealt with the mob in a mostly peaceful manner, the militia allows you to skirt through the city square. You can see small bits of fire trail off as you pass the burgomaster's house. You can see bits of his manor have been slightly burned as the starting point from that carriage. You can see some of the gap-toothed, evil-smiled guards that sit in front of that one have started to throw snow onto the manor, and you can hear Ivan barking from within inside the manor to his men. But Frederick does not stop at the burgomaster's residence. Instead, continues bounding down to the smithy at the end of the street. As you approach into the smithy, it is a low, squat building. You can see smoke churning up from the insides of it. The smell of blood surrounds this area. Heavy, wet, fresh. Jove and Virgil, you can feel it sit on top of your tongue. Fresh kills surrounding here in a number of the small buildings. And you can see the entrance to the smithy appears to be soot-stained, slightly cramped. And as you approach, Frederick begins to bark. There's a low this sound like a stomach reverberating through a cavern, this growling, hungry sound. And you see Frederick goes from full hunt mode to complete terror. As his tail tucks between his legs, he runs back to Scartia and begins to pull at her leg, starting to drag her away from the smithy.
At the sign of that, Alder will go ahead and cast Mage Armor as that charcoal kind of exterior and skin kind of comes over him.
That magic sets onto your shoulders.
Yeah, and I'm gonna charge in, and I'm gonna have the ring in my hand, of the hand that I bear my shield with, so I can still hold my weapon, but I want the ring ready.
Gotcha. As you enter in, you can see a number of corpses at the feet of a hunched figure. Two of these corpses begin to push their way up onto their feet. You see black veins from large bite wounds in their necks and in their bodies spread across like a fast-growing mold. It picks them up and twists them as their mouths begin to hang longer and longer. Teeth begin to spread from the large wounds. And as the figure turns to you, that same large chewing, the smacking of lips and teeth, slick with blood and viscera. As he turns around, you see the tax collector Eugen, his mouth extended, farther than any human has any right to be. It seems to take up almost a third of his whole body. It hangs down low, and you can see inside a mangled of fingers and bones, ears and other appendages, all almost blended together as if his mouth has turned into one. There's that same gurgling noise, and it rumbles out through him. He becomes gaunt, his stomach extended so much farther than should be physically possible, and you can see the remains of his villagers streaked across his body. As you burst into the room, Virgil, the eyes match yours. And there is no humanity left, just a gnawing hunger. I need everybody to roll for initiative.
Oof.
And I need to put up a map. Hold on. Well, don't hold up on the initiative. Keep doing that.
That's a crit fail for a 2 overall.
Yes, that.
Ooh.
Oof. It's just data. I'll just take it in data. This first round.
The smithy. That is the A building. The other B's are a number of small houses from the various denizens of Orsnu. As you enter into the front door, Virgil leading the way, with, I assume, Jove and Alder coming in behind him.
Yes.
Yes.
You can see Eugen in his twisted, hungering form is along this back wall, flanked by 2 of these ghast-like creatures as their bodies twist into mouths themselves. The room is really not all that large. Really, it's only a 15 by 20 feet room. To the left, you can see the smithy still glowing with the fires and embers, works half done, as if they had been snapped up in the middle of work as Eugen's hunger takes over. Setting that whole stage, let me switch over to the initiative. 2. Okay. So that's going to go. Out there. And then Joe. And Older. Excellent. What happened to all my stat blocks? There they are. So, starting us off is Eugen. Virgil, as you enter in, first to wade into the combats, Eugen turns, sees you, and with unnatural speed, moves across the room to make a multi-attack on you. The first with the long sword. It's only a 14. As he swings it, the sword missing completely. As his mouth opens up, stretches wide, it almost touches the ground as it goes to take a bite out of you, Virgil. That is a flat 20.
Yeah.
Alright, you take... Oh, it's not great damage on that. You'll take 4 points of piercing damage. And I need everybody to go ahead and make me a horror check based off your charisma for mutilation. As the necrotic damage begins to set into your body, Virgil, you take an additional. Give me a fucking break. Well, that is only 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 plus 4. Oh, that hurts the soul real bad. That is only 11 points of necrotic damage. And then what everybody roll for that horror save based off charisma?
7.
7.
4.
4.
Yeah.
That is
Nice.
that's a triple fail. Good
I
buddies.
think we all have a new trauma.
Can I have everybody roll me a D100?
Sure.
Sure.
Dom's over here
sure.
upset that he only did a quarter of my health with 1 attack. We're all over here with our
Yeah,
saves like,
yeah.
oh, buddy.
We're supposed
Hold
to
on.
die.
I got a 66. I have to roll for the third one.
See it.
No, it's a 3. 66.
66.
Okay. I got 24.
43.
24, 43. Okay. 24, Alder. For the next minute, you are incapacitated as you begin screaming at the top of your lungs as you watch Eugen's face expand large enough almost to swallow Virgil whole, and only rips out a chunk of his chest, swallowing it down in front of you as the blood squirts out from the number of other villagers like a huge pelican's mouth made out of a man. You said 44, Jove.
43.
43. That does make a difference. You begin babbling. You are incapable of normal speech or spellcasting as your mind breaks with this, seeing a hunger so foreign to your own, yet so similar. The beast hijacks your brain. You can no longer communicate with your party using words. And if you were a spellcaster, you would not be able to cast spells, but luckily for you. And then you said 66. Like the worst acid trip you have ever experienced. Like Scarecrow's fear toxin going over your body. You begin to hallucinate. You see multiple Eugens. You see it surround all of you, that awful gaping mouth. You have disadvantage on all ability checks.
Until...
For... Everybody go ahead and roll me a d10.
7.
8.
9.
7 rounds, 8 rounds, 9 rounds.
I think Alder's had a time attached to it.
Mine was a minute.
Yes, indeed. Sorry. It's your guys' that don't have that one on there. But yes, for the next minute, Alder.
I mean, we'll take the round deduction.
Yeah.
Right.
Fair enough. But that's Eugen's turn. It's now Virgil's turn.
I guess grapple would still be an attack roll, wouldn't it?
Is grapple an attack roll?
I believe it is.
You use the attack action and you sub out one of your attacks for a grapple combat.
It's a special melee attack.
Yeah. But yeah, it would still be a skill check to contest him, so I'd still have disadvantage on that. But yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna do that.
Oh,
I'm gonna grab him.
Then I will make the opposed skill check.
Okay, and I will do athletics at disadvantage.
Alright, so I'll use athletics.
Well, the first roll's good. Second roll is the same thing.
What's your roll?
Disadvantage athletics 23.
Nice.
22.
Yeah.
Yeah, rolled a 15 plus 7 for 22.
Wow. I got a 17 and a 17. Yeah, so I have him grappled. And then I feel like this would require an action. Can I use my second attack action to attempt to take the ring and put it on one of the fingers that he possesses?
Yes. Let's make this another contested strength as you have him grappled up.
You want me to do athletics again?
Yes.
Okay.
So you try to jam.
Oh my
this onto
god.
the fingers.
Disadvantage? Oh, damn. Alright,
Wait.
disadvantage, I went nat 20 to 7.
Oh.
So 13.
Unfortunately, he rolled a 18.
Yeah.
So you have him grappled up, and you try to get the ring on his finger, and he recoils and pushes against you, trying his damnedest to avoid having that ring put on his finger.
Yeah. I will, you know what? I mean, action surge.
Oh, all right.
Do
Let's
it.
see it. You got baited 24.
damn. My first one would have. Wait, no, it wouldn't have. It would have been a 22. That is only a 15.
15.
But I will bonus action to second wind.
Ah, I see.
Healing 13.
Good shit.
Back close to max.
All
That's my
right.
turn.
Then we move down to Jove.
With all the babbling and shit that's going on in his head, he does not like that feeling, and he'll go ahead and just let the beast take hold. So he'll use his bonus action and use one rage to go into quarter wolf form, and then if I'm not already, get right next to Virgil.
Can indeed. It's a big
And
enough door.
then use my attack action to make 2 attacks as I rake some claws against this tax collector. And I will do
Indeed.
so in a reckless manner.
As nothing but growls and howls emanate from Jove. No human speech leaves his lips.
This is an 18 for the first one.
That'll hit.
Sweet. So we are looking at 11 slashing.
11 slashing, you got it.
That is going to be for a 16 to hit.
That will not hit, and Yugen is going to use a legendary action to riposte and make an attack action against you, Jove.
We'll try. Yeah, he'll do so with advantage.
Excellent.
He will do so at regular.
Aha!
Well, all right, let's re-roll that. That's it. That saved you. Very well played. All right, that is going to be a 15, Jove.
That will miss as Jove ducks under his attack.
All right, you got it.
And yeah,
Over the internet, high five.
that's all my actions, so that'll be my turn.
Then that brings us down to the ghosts. Let's see. Let's wrap it up on that one. Jove, you're looking mighty tasty. So the first one will come around as it gets within range of you, Jove. I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Happy to do that. Ugh. I had to talk my shit. I got 11.
Luckily, 11 does beat. It's not a very hard DC. But you will be taking a claw attack. That is a 16.
To hit, meets beats.
Meets beats. I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Is a 18.
18 beats. As you see those, as it claws against you, Jove, you take half, since you're raging, 6 points of slashing damage, and you can see that same mold-like black veins start to pierce into you, but you are able to use your hardiness to push back against it, and where you push back, you can see bits of teeth drop from your chest and hit onto the ground as it tried to grow whatever is afflicting it inside your own body. That's one guess. The other one's going to come around. Well, can't really get to the doorway since you're both there. It can't get around. It's stuck in there. It is going to use, because it does have intelligence, its action to dash. 5, 10, it gets there to 60, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 60, as it goes out through the back of the smithy and begins to come around the clockwise area, going through the gates around However, it does not have enough movement to get all the way around. But it is coming around the corner. And Older, you see in the midst of your
Do
screams
I?
on
Okay.
this one, since you are incapacitated, and this just adds on to that horror as this creature comes around. It's not within range of you yet. Can't make an attack because it used its action to dash, but it is trying to get to you next.
Well, if I'm incapacitated, I don't even think I can take an action. So
No, you can't, but since it is now your move and at the end of your turn, go ahead and make that charisma saving throw
okay.
to beat off this madness.
That is an 8.
8, still incapacitated. That is your turn. Back to the top with Eugen. He is currently grappled by Virgil. Roll for recharge. Nope, that's not going to do. So, what's more important to Eugen at this point? He's going to attempt to break the grapple, this first move. So contested against you, Verge.
Yeah, I fell.
Alright. Breaks free, and then is going to bring the longsword down on you with both hands this time. Not with the 12, he's not.
Nope.
That is going to be Eugen's turn, followed up by Virgil.
Yeah. This disadvantage on skill checks is not helping. I guess I have to bonk him then, huh?
Seems like that might be your choice. Let's see it.
Alright, silver war pick. Hey. That's, too bad I'm not a champion fighter, eh? 25.
Yeah, that'll do.
And then I will use... I think we all know what I'm going to use, because this man's holding the weapon.
How could I not see it coming?
Yes.
So he needs to make a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw. All right. He's not terrible at those, if you would imagine. 18.
18 passes. As he takes 12 silvered piercing.
12 silver piercing. You got it.
And then I will use my extra attack to go for it again.
Do I need to make the save again?
It depends on if I hit, doesn't it? 12.
12 will not do.
Yeah. Then that is me.
Gotcha. He's going to use a legendary action, since you missed, and try to make a strike against you with his said sword. Not if you're going to keep rolling like that. That's 14.
Yeah.
Alright, one legendary action used. Then we move down to Jove.
Yeah, Jove is gonna kind of get real low with his center of mass, and he is going to unleash a flurry of claws here, very recklessly. So use the attack action.
On Eugen or the guest?
Good question. Let's get. We'll do Gast.
Gast,
So,
gotcha.
First attack on Gast is going to be a 16
That'll hit.
for a minimum of 7.
7, gotcha.
The second attack for my extra attack. I don't think, that's a 12.
A 12 will not do.
And then we'll use the bonus action to do my third swipe.
Let's see it.
That's going to be for a 15.
That will do.
That is going to be for 12 slashing.
Heard. You claw
feet less.
into this creature as you rake one of its arms completely off. You can see where the wound lays. Teeth begin to grow out of it again. It reaches through and like spindly, decaying vines begin to reach out of its form. But with that, let's go. Eugen's gonna use another legendary action at the end of your turn, Jove, and he's going to pounce and make a strike against you as he leaps over Virgil. This does not provoke opportunity of attack.
No, but it does provoke. It does provoke either Sentinel or Protector. And I'm gonna go Sentinel.
You said this was a. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a 19 to hit.
19 will hit.
And then I want to make sure that this is. Yeah, it's just if I hit with a weapon attack. I'm gonna try to disarm attack again. Make a strength save.
All right, go ahead. And then let me take the save. That's a no, that's a 6, not a 9. That makes that a 13.
That fails, so he drops his sword.
He goes to leap towards Jove, and you've got your. Do you have your war pick or your hammer? Silver war pick.
Silver piercing.
Yeah, he jumps up, and you catch him right in the chest with the spiked part, and push him back down, having him clatter his weapon to the side.
We're so back.
And how much damage was that?
That was 16 silver piercing.
16 silver piece.
And this isn't Baldur's Gate, so he does still have his movement speed because that's not an opportunity attack.
Well, unfortunately, he cannot get around Zabif, that is you, and his own ally, so he's kind of stuck there. But it's not his turn.
I'm saying he can go through with the leap.
Oh, okay. Well, then he lands right behind you, Jove.
It's just when he makes an attack against a target other than me within 5 feet, I can do that, which is not an opportunity attack. Sentinel just also says opportunity attacks freeze them.
I see. All right, so the hit goes through, and you're able to knock the long sword out of his grasp as he lands behind Jove, and you can see that large mouth beginning to extend once more. But that's its turn. That's now the guest. The one that you attack, Jove, is gonna make a bite on you with its now opened, wounded mouth.
Does so with advantage.
Oh. Well, that is only a 14.
That'll miss.
All right. The other guest is going to see you, Alder, and make a bite onto you. I believe that is an 18, and since you are incapacitated, that automatically becomes a crit, I believe.
I believe so.
Well, that's paralyzed. Because incapacitated is just you can't take actions or reactions. Paralyzed is you're incapacitated, and
Yeah, I
it
think-
hits.
I think you might get advantage on incapacitation, but
I think that's
that's
right.
correct. You don't get immediate crits.
You are correct. That is paralyzed versus incapacitated. So that's not immediate crit, but that is a hit. As you take the bite, that is going to be 9 points of piercing damage. As a huge chunk of Alder is bitten into and pulled. As you take damage, Alder, go ahead and make me that charisma saving throw again.
I am gonna go ahead and we're gonna try. We'll see here. Gonna use the porn 12 on that. Straight 12.
The pain snaps you back into reality. The fear replaced by the hot sensation of having your shoulder ripped into. I would make a Jujutsu Kaisen reference here, but that'd be huge spoilers. So, if anybody reads Jujutsu Kaisen, you should know what I'm talking about here. But after taking that big chunk out of you, Alder, you are snapped back to your senses. That's the two gas turns, which leads us to Alder's turn.
Oh boy. Okay. Remind me again, where exactly are we here on
So,
specifically?
Jove and Virgil are at the entrance of the smithy, right here on that kind of bottom right corner.
Yeah.
In front of Jove is a guest. Behind Jove is Eugen, and then you over here in kind of the right corner of the building, behind Virgil. The guest has come around the right side and is attacking you from there. Wish you had my
Okay.
stream pulled up.
No, all good. Thank you for telling me on that one. Alder is gonna go ahead and since this thing is immediately in front of him, as he comes to his senses, he holds out his hands and then makes that familiar sign with the fingers pointed, as this thing is gonna have to make a dex save as it takes a burning point blank.
11.
11 does not pass. It will take full damage. So that is going to be for 11 fire damage total.
11 fire damage, you got it. As your flames rip out from your fingertips, they scream forward, adding to the sounds of chaos around you, and completely engulf this monster in front of you. It burns, and you can smell that thick, fatty smoke of flesh burning away. You can see it's now blackened from your flames in the vine-like appendages that sift through it. The teeth still staying, because your teeth, the fun part about, being burned to death is, your teeth. As they begin to grow over the parts that have been burned. Anything else from you, Alder?
That will be all. And you said I'm by Virgil, or is he a bit of a distance from me?
Virgil would be right in front of you.
Right in front of me? Okay. Then, then I stay where I am.
At the end of your turn, Eugen's going to use his third legendary action. And he's going to use Wretched Spittle. I need Virgil and Alder to make me Constitution saving throws.
Let's see here.
Oh, and technically it's Gastwood.
Con save, that is only a 7.
7, that's a failure.
19.
That's a pass. So, Virgil, since you saved, you take 10 points of poison damage. Alder, since you did not save, you take 20 points of poison damage.
Whew. Wizard Boy's almost down.
Big surprise.
Yikes. two hits, and he's like, help me.
Hell. Eugen is aware of your guys' abilities, if you would imagine. That takes us to Virgil. Actually, no, it's Eugen's actual turn. That was just his legendary action. But he doesn't have a longsword. Because it got knocked out of his hands. So instead, he's going to try to make that bite on you, Jove, since he has your back. That's a 9.
It's a miss.
Right. That eats up his... That's one of them. Guess he'll make an unarmed attack against you. That's a nat 20.
Oh no, not the unarmed.
That is. You take you take
Real good.
yeah. That's since you're raging, that's halved, so it will be 1 plus strength, and then that 1 turns into 2 because it's a crit. So you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
Take it. Ooh. My ass.
Burge.
Biggest crit that ever lived.
Yeah, devastating. is now Virgil's turn.
Yeah, it is. Can you give me a rundown of where everybody is?
Directly behind you is Alder. To Alder's right is one of the ghasts. To your left is Jove. In front of him is a ghast, and behind him is Eugen.
So to my left is Jove, and then on the
Yes.
other side of him is Eugen.
Behind Jove is Eugen. In front of him is the ghast.
Right. Okay. I am going to, for a reason. Let me read this to make sure I'm saying this right. From the target of my attack. Okay. I'm gonna attack the ghast next to Alder.
Okie dokie. You'll have to move back because he's outside the building. So you will provoke an opportunity attack from Eugen, but you can get there.
Is he in range of Alder? Like if Alder was to move away, would he have opportunity attack on Alder?
If Alder moved 5 feet back, he would take an attack of opportunity, but then you could move into Alder's space and attack it. Since he went outside the building and you're in the doorway.
So like if Alder and I were to swap places, I would be in range.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Hit with a weapon attack. Oh, this can be ranged. Would I be able to... I don't normally do ranged weapons. Would I be able to do a crossbow at 10 feet like this and not take disadvantage? I'm not sure how that works.
You wouldn't have disadvantage, but the ghast will have a higher AC.
Okay.
It'll be a difficult
fine.
shot, but yeah, it could be done. He'll just get a... I'll give him half cover.
Okay. I will go for that.
Let's see it.
That is an 18 to hit.
18, even with the half cover, that's more than enough. You hit.
Perfect. Okay. So, I'm going to... Do I add this? To the total of the damage roll, yeah. Okay. So I'm going to use another superiority die to
Okay.
do a maneuvering attack. So first let's do damage.
Okay.
That's 10. So that's 13 piercing.
13 piercing. Yeah, that's a heavy hit. Go for
Yeah.
it.
And he heard on that last Constitution save Alder almost just like barfing in exhaustion. So he's like, get to safety, boy. And just like whips the crossbow like over Alder's shoulder and shoots the ghast and just like distracts it and blinds it. It's like a distracting shot. So Alder can now use his reaction to move half his movement without provoking opportunity attacks from the ghast specifically.
Alder, would you like to use your reaction to move half your movement away from the guest?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Absolutely. I assume moving straight back?
Yes, yes. So it can still see out the doorway, but is moving away from the nest.
Indeed, you get out of its range. The poison of that spittle burning through your veins. But you at
Or,
least
sorry, you could see through the doorway. He could see the door, essentially, but
yes.
you know what I meant.
You can move. You can see everybody in this. We're close enough together.
Yeah. Perfect.
And then, what do I have on me then? Is it just the ghast that's next to Jove too?
From where you're standing, if you move, you won't be in an attack of opportunity, so you can move to which enemy you want to fight. So you could get the one that's outside the door, the one that's in front of Jove. So you move 5 feet
I see.
forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, I will go to the one. I'm gonna go to Eugen and smang him. That is only an 11.
An 11. And who is this on?
Eugen.
Yugen. Unfortunately, that will not do.
Yeah. Bonus action though. I'm going to expend my last superiority die and throw a rally over to Jove.
Ooh.
Okay.
His heart is out. Finish it.
-1.
Those were the memes. Okay, you get 8 temp HP.
Take it.
Excellent.
Sick.
And that's my turn.
All right. That brings us to Jove.
Getting bit in the ass pissed him off, so he's going to, or I guess slapped in the ass. He's going to turn around and focus on Yugen for a couple of these attacks. Use the attack action. I'm going to be reckless about it. So we have ourselves a crit fail. Oh no. Whatever shall I do? Okay. That's going to bring us to a 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
Nice. That's going to be for 14 slashing on the first guy.
Tink slashing. You got it.
Second attack. Oh, so close. That's going to be a 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
That is going to be for 12 slashing.
Gotcha.
And then we'll use the bonus action to round out that third hit on him.
The 3-peat.
Another crit fail. Nice. That brings it to a 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
This one just has the rage bonus. So that is going to be for 11.
11. You got it. 3 strikes into Yugen as you tear into him past the half-plate armor that he wears. Jove, you are digging into this monstrosity in the guise of a human. But you can feel the muscles, the body pushing back against you. Your claws just won't get quite enough purchase. You feel a resistance. But that's 3 attacks. Anything else from you, buddy?
Nope, that'll do it.
Alright. Then it is going to be Zagast's. The one in front of you, Jove, is going to go ahead and make a bite attack.
Advantage.
That is a 16.
Meets beats.
Half, that's 3 points of piercing damage. The other Gast. Alder, it's got you in its sights. It's coming after you. It is going to move. It's technically a pass. Heading towards Alder. It's going to make its bite against you, Alder. That's going to be a 15.
Shield to block it.
You can feel the rows of teeth scraping against that charcoal armor as you bring your fire magic to push up against it. So very close to piercing into once more, but close is not the same as doing. That's the end of that Gas turn. I'm just going to save that. And then brings us down to Alder.
Alrighty. This is a dire scenario, and that means it's time to go for the big thing. So, Alder is gonna make use of the training with the Vistani here, as he moves and motions his hand, and you see the normal scorching ray as 1, 2, 3, and a 4th flame goes over his head, as he will cast Scorching Ray at a 3rd level, and will use Cunning Insight to gain advantage on each attack here.
Hell.
Well played. All right, who are your targets?
I am gonna do 2 on I forget his name, but Jaw Boy.
Yugen.
Yugen, yes.
2 on Yugen with
Two
advantage.
2 on him, and then 2 on the gas that is on me here. So I believe since he's right at me, it would just be a straight roll.
Straight indeed. Nailed it.
Yes. So I will go ahead. I will do the first rolls for the gas right now. Okay, so that is a not natural 20.
But a 20 will hit the guest. That's 1.
Mm-hmm. And another not natural 20. So
Both
hit.
will hit.
Nice.
Go ahead and roll the 2d12 times
Kill
2.
it.
Or 2d6 times 2.
2d6 times 2. Let's see here. And I need to roll one more d6. Ooh! Let's see, that's 10, 15 plus. So that is 16 fire damage to that.
How do you want to do this?
Yes.
Bang.
I would love it if you would have it with this one. It's like the blasts shoot and condense each other, and these like blasts almost go through this gas to then go towards the other target, essentially.
These
Like it's almost like combining together, like shooting into each other, focus on this gas and then straight through it. As I
Like-
make my next 2 attacks.
like Mojito to Nanami, you put your hand on that chest and blast straight through. It punches through the center of this gas, and you can see everything but the teeth begin to burn. And as you push all the way through, you bend the magic, and that same bolt rays of scorching fire begin to howl towards Yugen. Go ahead and make your rolls.
Okay, so this is with advantage here. Great, because that was a crit fail on the first one. 16 on the first attack.
That will not do, unfortunately.
And then a 23.
That will do.
23, sweet. So he will take 2d6 for 8 fire damage.
8 fire damage. The fire strikes Yugen and burns the flesh heavily. You can smell the sizzle of blood and skin as the damage goes through fully.
And the cutting insight kept me from shooting one of you with a ray. Hey!
We're improving!
So worth it. That's all for me.
All right. Back to the top with Yugen. He is now going to pick up his sword and make 1 attack against you, Jove.
Do that with advantage.
Do that at regular.
Do that at regular. It's only a 14.
Yes, he will step to the side.
Absolutely. That is the end of Yugen's turn. Goes to Virgil.
Hey. I'm gonna be full health at the end of this turn. I'm gonna smang him.
Go for it.
16.
16 does not hit.
I smang him again.
Go for it.
19.
19, that one does hit.
7 silver piercing.
7 silver piercing. You got it.
Oh, I wanted to do something else with my extra attack. Oh well. I guess I don't need it anyways. Yeah, and now I'm at max HP because I'm a vampire.
And at the end of your turn, he's going to use a legendary reaction, and because you missed, he's going to riposte and make a strike against you.
You can try.
With a 24, I think that'll do.
Yeah, that'll do.
Then you take... Oh, that's max. You take 13 points of slashing damage.
Yeah, it's nothing. I'll recover that in no time.
All right. Jove.
He's going to continue his onslaught on this fella, feeling extra frustrated that his claws aren't getting more purchase, which just means he needs to try harder.
Of course,
So-
that makes sense.
He is going to recklessly attack.
If this was Hunter x Hunter, you're very much an enhancer. You're like, I must hit harder now. That's the problem.
It's going to be a 25 for the first one.
That'll hit.
Gonna give me, that's going to be 13 slashing.
13 slashing, you got it.
Second attack, the attack action That is going to be a unnatural 20.
That'll hit.
It's going to be another 13 slashing.
Got it.
And then the bonus action slash. That's only a 14.
14. That will miss.
So yeah, he'll stay here, kind of body blocking this last ghoul out here, and squaring up with Big Mouth here.
And at the end of your turn, since you missed, he's going to use his other legendary action to make a strike against you, Jove.
At regular.
At regular.
Yes.
You got it.
This is a new turn.
That's going to be 16.
Meets beats.
Meets beats. Having this, you take 4 points of slashing damage.
Gotcha.
Then goes to the remaining guest who sees you, Jove, and you've got your back turned. Is going to make a claw against you.
Ow.
That is a unnatural 20.
That hits.
And then will you make me a Constitution saving throw?
I shall.
Do you still have your temp HP?
I have one of the temp HP.
Nice, okay.
Nice. 26 for the con save.
Totally pass the con save on that one. And halved, you take 6 points of damage, slashing damage.
Gotcha.
And then we go down to the bottom with Alder.
Okay, and so Alder can see. Can he see both enemies right now? Or?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hmm. Tempting. Do these both count as humanoid creatures or no?
Let's see. The gas counts as medium undead. Yugen counts as a medium humanoid.
Okay, so it's just him. Got it. Okay. Okay. We'll do a new spell, and I'll give you the flavor for it.
I do love flavor.
Alder will use his movement to get up to Virgil, because I believe Virgil is still in that side of the house, but kind of body blocking here, right?
Yeah.
Or has Virgil moved? Yes. He will move up and walk towards Virgil. And as Alder is doing that and kind of focusing on his flames, you again see some of that electrocution and sparks start to come off of the mage armor, similar to like when he does the shocking grasp. And he just kind of says, "This'll sting for a sec, but go kill this bitch." And he's gonna go ahead and cast haste here, and essentially it's like an goes through Alder as you see almost like a skeletal flash basically go over him, as you feel just like a sharp pain on your back, Virgil, that then just expands as you feel like your nervous system just like jolt essentially, which it would in another way would almost lock you up, and in this sense is enhancing you, as you now have the benefits of haste.
Which, let's see if I remember. +2 AC,
Correct.
double movement speed,
Correct.
advantage on dexterity saves,
Correct.
and 2 actions per turn. And then a stun at the end.
Yes, after the minute.
Yeah.
And I'll say for a little more flavor, that the kind of almost lightning that arcs out from Alder, Alder, you see it most clearly. Virgil, you can kind of see that shiver, that static that goes across you, is not red, nor blue, nor white, but a shocking amber color.
The color of his energy.
Indeed. Well,
Whoa!
and you
Oh,
can
no.
almost see gathering around Alder, almost this visage of Virgil in that same kind of amber light, as if you're holding that form while I believe you concentrate on this spell. Well, excellent. First time seeing Hasten. I can't remember the last time I saw a
Yeah.
haste spell.
That was my other 3rd level spell that I grabbed. Was that
All right.
as we hit the
I mean, with
scales.
two melee boys, it's a pretty good pickup.
Yeah.
It felt like it would get a lot of use.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All
Especially
right.
now that we have extra attack, it's just
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Well, at the top of the round, it is Eugen. Roll for recharge. That's what we needed. All right. It is going to be 1 attack against you, Jove, with the sword.
bring it.
That's only a 9. It's not going to do. And then, you tasted so good the first time, Virgil. Let's get another chomp on there, shall we?
eh.
That's a 26.
Yeah.
All right, you take 6 points of piercing damage. And then let's get the necrotic. My kingdom for more d6s. Alright. Not great either. That's better. You take 19 points of necrotic damage. And Jove, well, actually, all 3 of you are close enough, as that necrotic damage, it's like part of your essence is pulled into Eugen, and you see some of the wounds, Jove, that you put on him heal immediately. That's Eugen's turn. Down to Virgil.
I'm gonna swing in with my pickaxe.
Let's see it.
Good, getting the low roll out of the way. That's a 9, which misses. And then I'm gonna say, I can do that too. And do that too.
Go ahead.
Strength proficiency. Which we are at +3. Okay. That's a 24 to hit with my bite.
Yeah, that'll do.
Uh, 1d6 plus strength. Boo. So 4 piercing,
4 piercing. Got it.
and then 6 necro.
Reduce that down to 3.
Okay. So I only heal 3 as well.
And this awful back and forth as Eugen bites and rips into Virgil savagely, and then, like 2 prick points, like a well-thrown dagger, Virgil returns back to it. And Virgil, this blood is disgusting. It is fetid, foul, and rotten. It tastes worse than anything you've ever put in your mouth before. It gives you some of the benefit back, but this creature is so cursed by whatever it is that... I think you already know what that kind of feels like on that one, just the disgust of it. Need I say less?
Yeah, and I'm gonna have him make a strength save for my bonus action.
Strength save for bonus action. That is a 17.
That passes. So I try and push him away with my horns, but he does not. And that is my turn. Oh wait, no, I
You,
have a
I was
second
about to say
action.
you get
Yeah,
You have a second action. Yeah.
I'm gonna swing into him with my pickaxe again. Wow, the
absolutely.
same roll. It's a 3 for a 9, and then I'm gonna do it again. Too bad I'm not a champion fighter. That's a 25.
That'll do.
Ooh, 10 silver piercing,
That's silver piercing. You got it.
and that's my turn.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna save that for later. Jove.
Yeah. Jove is still feeling the anger, so he's gonna go ahead and unleash a flurry of blows against this motherfucker.
You're not a monk.
If only. That is a 25 for the first slash.
That'll hit.
That is 14 slash.
14 slash, you got it.
Second attack. That is going to be a 14
To hit?
to hit, yes.
Will not do.
Then we'll use the bonus action to go ahead and do another. There we go, the nat 20, baby!
Yeah.
We've been fishing. We have been a fishing. Okay. Gonna be for 33 slashing.
33 slashing. Always awful to hear these crits.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
It
Dude.
really
What?
is, dude.
33? Fuck. I understand the pain of playing against Zanza now.
With with that, you see Jove. Yugen finally enters into a bloodied state. Between the claws, the flames, the pickaxes, you are starting to see that blood flow. This awful mottled dark red that seems almost black in the smithy's light.
Good. Fuck him.
Yeah, kill him.
Well, that'll be Jove. Now he's really got the taste of blood on him.
Okay, at the end of your turn, he is going to use a legendary action. I need all three of you guys to make me a Constitution saving throw.
23.
21.
Save.
18.
Save!
Yeah.
Alright, let's go. So this will all be halved. That'll be 6.
I might still be down though, but yeah.
Halved. DM rounds up, so that is 6 points of poison damage to all three of you.
The boy is downed.
Oh,
As the wizard
I do
drops.
not have a ton of health.
and I'm stunned.
That's right, because of concentration.
Oh shit, that's right. Yeah.
How long
You
is
got any more crits in you, Joe?
that? Yeah, right. Let's find out, maybe.
Oh no. Oh. How the turntables.
So the wave of lethargy sweeps over you, Virgil. You can't move or take actions until
Is that one
after
turn or two turn?
after your next turn.
Okay.
With that, Alder, death saving throw, please.
Yes, indeed. That is a pass for 13.
Pass. 1 success. Back to the top with Yugen. Roll for recharge. Not today. So that will be 1 attack against Virgil, 1 attack against Jove. First one against Jove. 23.
It's a hit.
First attack against Virgil. 22.
Yep.
Jove, halved. That's 6 damage. Virgil, not halved. That's 8 damage. And as this has gone through, there's been no words, no conversation out of Yugen's mouth, only that ever persistent growling of his stomach, even as he feasts upon your bodies at times. It never dissipates. It only gets louder and louder, and you can actually see parts as he gets weaker. His stomach is starting to pull in. It's as if his own flesh is starting to be pulled into that stomach. Virgil, it is your turn then, but of course, the lethargy, which brings us down to Jove.
Sweet. All right. He's going to do it one more again.
One more again.
Ooh, so close to greatness. That is going to be for 25.
25, that'll hit.
Nice. Almost max. It's going to be for 16 slashing.
16 slashing, you got it.
Do that second attack. That's going to be for 23 to hit.
23, that'll hit.
Looking at your 13 slash.
13, got it.
And then the bonus action Sneakity slash. 22 to hit.
2, that'll hit. All 3 hit.
And that'll be for 9 slashing.
Gotcha. The growling increases in volume, but Yugen hunches over more and more as the stomach pulls and you can see his muscles stretching as he gets weaker and weaker. Well, since all 3 hit, don't have that option, so it'll be the... anything else from you, Jove?
Nope.
Guys behind you will try to make a bite out of you.
He's attacking?
The ghast behind Jove?
Oh,
Yes.
Okay, no, I don't care about that.
That is going to be 13 plus 5. That's 18.
18 hits.
Halved, you take 4 points of piercing. And then back down to Alder, second death saving throw.
That is a fail.
1 success, 1 fail. 1 check, 1 X. Even counts. Back to Eugen. Roll for recharge. Not gonna do. With his hunger ever present and a party member down, I'll roll for this one. All right. It doesn't have the bite yet, so 1 attack against Jove, 1 against Virgil. Jove, that's a 9. That's not going to do. Virgil, that's a 13. That's not going to do. All right. Speaking of which, Virgil, it's back to you as that wave of lethargy leaves and you are pushed back into the fight.
I'm gonna smack him.
See it.
The 22.
22. That'll hit.
10 silver piercing.
That's piercing.
I'm gonna do it again. 21.
21. That'll hit.
8 silver piercing.
8 silver piercing.
And then bonus action strength save.
Strength save. You got it. 18.
Passes. That's my turn.
All right. Jove.
You already know.
I had a sneaking suspicion.
First is going to be 16.
Not gonna hit.
Second, going to be a 16 again.
Miss again.
The last one going to be a 23.
That will hit.
For 13 slashing.
13 slashing. You got it. At the end of your turn, Jove, Yugen's hunger and desperation kick in. He's going to use a legendary action to pounce, not provoking attack of opportunity. And he's going to land right next to you, Alder. He's then going to attempt a strike on you.
Sentinel.
Let's see it.
16 or 17.
17 meets beats.
Hey, we found it. Yeah. 6 silver piercing.
6 silver piercing. Alright. And then for Sentinel, am I still allowed to make an attack if you hit on that?
Yeah, as long as he doesn't die.
Okie dokie. Alder, let's decide your fate. Alder, that's a unnatural 20. And since you are down, the two of you watch as Yugen leaps over to Alder and with a sickening scrape and a gulp, rips open Alder's neck. Alder, you feel cold as your life slips from your body. And as it is pulled out, you are embraced in an amber light. The cold is all around you. You feel that same amber light pulse from your ring finger in this almost subliminal state. And with a soft, gentle touch, you hear a voice speak out. Is it time, Alder? Do you want this to be the end? Or do you want to bathe in my amber lights and my love? You look through eyes that will not open, yet sight is still yours, Alder. And the beautiful visage of a skeletal woman in a wedding dress. Down on one knee as if in proposal to you. Reaches out to take your hand. Do you accept the hand? Or do you slip into the darkness?
I don't know if Alder is allowed to say anything in regard here.
Oh,
Or,
you absolutely may.
Alder would, hearing that, would just simply kind of wonder out loud, what's gonna be left of me?
And through skeletal teeth, a grin, soft and inviting, but cold in its undeath. There is no response. Simply open invitation.
Alright. And he will go ahead and take the hand.
You take the hand, Alder. That amber light washes over your body. For a moment, you are bone. You are not a fire genasi, but the skeleton of one. Hands interclasped with the evening glory. A similar band of amber light appears on her ring finger. And you feel yourself pulled up. Jove, Virgil, you watch Eugen rip into Alder. A blow that could only mean death. And in that same moment, without any movement from his own body, he immediately stands full, as if an invisible string has pulled him up by the chest back onto his feet. As amber light drips from his eyes, from his mouth, from his ears. Alder, you turn to full health.
With absolutely no consequences.
Nope, nothing. Zero consequence.
They call it a freebie in the biz.
A total freebie. And
Total freebie.
as the ghast makes a strike against you, Jove, for a 23,
That'll hit.
you take 1 point, or technically half, 2 points, 'cause so I'm going to add their strength to it, of piercing damage. We return to Older. And as you look Yugen in his beady, blackened eyes, for the first time in this combat, it's not desperation, but fear. As blood-covered, but now fully standing, what would you like to do with your turn?
Okay, this is all at the doorway here then, right? Yeah. I mean, since he's right on me, we're going to shocking then, you know? So we'll go for it. That is a 17.
A 17 meets beats.
Alright, so that is 2d8. That's gonna be for 8 thunder damage. Or not thunder.
Lightning.
Lightning, yes. As he once again focuses, lines up, and brings spark into his hand as he places his palm on the creature here.
How would you like to do
Tell
this?
me what that blinks. I don't know.
Alder, you reach forward with your shocking grasp. The lightning, a vibrant, piercing amber. You reach forward straight into the mouth of Yugen, it gaping open and wide as you see bits of your own flesh crackle and burn. You reach deep into the core, grip his throat from the inside, and unleash a cold torrent of lightning, the likes of which you have never felt so strong, pulse out of your body. And as the body twists and turns, convulses in ways that cannot sustain this wretched life, the stomach pulls in. You see Yugen's skin blacken and crack like the charcoal armor you yourself typically don, pulls deeper and deeper, and like Voldemort's begotten final piece of his soul, caves inward and cracks until he turns to dust. And you feel a tightening of that now very present, very visible amber ring on your finger. Like a gentle squeeze from the hands of someone close. Reassurance. Safety. As Yugen's body implodes. Virgil, your move.
I'm gonna smang him.
Let's see it.
17.
That'll hit.
9 silver piercing.
9 silver piercing. How do you want to do this?
Yeah. In fear that he wasn't able to fully protect his friend, and seeing him in some capacity come back up fills him with I was gonna say second wind, but I already used that. A third wind. And just gives him one last oomph in his muscles, and he just like lifts it up and just, along with the weight of the pick bringing it down, pulls his own muscle strength into just pulling this pick down and piercing into his head, and you can actually see the pick come through his giant open mouth as he, along with the piercing, just slams him into the ground. And then goes to peel it out by stepping on Yugen's head and just whipping the pick out and turning to the ghast.
And as the final body hits the ground, the screams of the village become muted, leaving you in the dimly lit smithy. Carnage around you, but the three of you still very much alive. Jove, how much HP do you have right now?
I have 32.
Out of?
60.
As the final body drops, and your enemies lay at your feet, you feel your beast try to claw its way out. But you are able to hold strong and push that monster back down as you survey the scene. We are out of initiative. We are out of combat. And as the carnage comes to a close, as the three of you feel that adrenaline beginning to wane, Virgil and Jove, you look to your companion, see the signs of grievous wounds upon him in a fading amber light. That's where we're going to end tonight's session.
A twist.
Let us say goodnight to chat, or Happy New Year's, chat.
Happy New Year's, chat.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's, chat. So glad that you could join us on this sweet nooner. Witness our first real character death of the season. A little later for usually my playstyle, so congrats on you guys for making... You are playing the wizard.
It's always me.
The wizard goes down the easiest, alright? You know, what can I say? Alright, throwing out fucking fire spells and all sorts of non-stuff, but also has the least amount of HP, if it was gonna be anybody. But thank you all so much for being here. Thanks for helping us close out the last session of the year. We should be back at it next week at our usual 4:30 time. So, as always, peace in the Middle East, and much love. Till next time.